in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. There's nothing, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's nothing, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm there.
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Push and show move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna grow to bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. They don't wanna see me with the hitters.
Sure, leaving the beaters alone. Me with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Sure, leaving them beaners alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting high.
ลงท้ายกันเลย
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Put your hands, put your city, put your fans, put your state up.
Play games.
"17 teams from 7 regions lit the fire within them as we kicked off the first week of the FFSI 2023 group stage. We saw some of the cleanest plays, the boldest clutches, and the most heartbreaking blowouts. Hailed as the strongest region in FreeFire, the Thai representatives did not disappoint. Well, most of them didn't. E-Arena, the first seed of Thailand, struggled to find a tempo and only managing to collect a measly 73 points by the end of the week, putting them in the 16th spot. On the other hand, despite a bumpy start, the two-time world champions EVO's Phoenix showed that they are still formidable on an international stage by bagging a total of 4 booyahs and grabbing the top spot in week 1. Securing second place, Magic Esports made an impression with their magical debut, especially Saming coming in with his peculiar performances, claiming the Week 1 MVP title. Closely following behind, First Raiders Eclipse and Genesis Dogma SF from Indonesia showed that they are not to be underestimated, as First Raiders Eclipse show consistency by racking up the exact same eliminations and placement points as Magic Esports, only to be separated by their booyah count. While Genesis Dogma SF had the explosive start and racking up 100 points on day 2. Another noteworthy moment from week 1 would be the 2 versus 4 clutch play from MCPS representative Expand, stealing away the booyah from Genesis Dogma SF on the very same day and proving that they are one of the rising teams, posing a threat to the big names. Not to forget, from a disappointing performance on day 2, Ego Esport of Vietnam soared high on day 3, catching up to the top teams. With only 3 days of the group stage remaining, will EVO's Phoenix continue to rule the world of FreeFire as the fabled Icarus? Or will the region of Indonesia at MCPS pose a big enough challenge to threaten the throne? Who will ascend? Who will crumble? And who will qualify for the FFSI 2023 Grand Finals?
The glue wall smash to the one and only 9 fan from the side of FW.
Grenades!
And it looks like EVO's Phoenix gonna eat a few. Here comes FW now. Nade after nade after nade after nade after nade. 9 fan manages to get God Cruz out of the equation, and EVO's Phoenix gonna... Dogma already with a single elimination, also looking for Donbu. If they can snuff out MGE early, this is really gonna down the spirits of Magic.
Magic Esports. Donbu.
I see that. Pulled out. That's gonna back him up for a little bit as he patches himself right back up. North, on the other hand, would back up. Start.
the back by Donbu. FR coming in to try and help out. Wasana is there with his friends as well. We've seen the triple homers before. And a swing for Craven. Getting the exchange and they win. Oh my goodness, FR, what has happened? First phase of the clears. They're breaking through the glue walls. They're trying to run down the rest of Mob Team. Lozzy taking out Albot as well. It's only She still heard the truck, and that's Borges. He's gonna try and huge. Bloody goes down. Souza gets traded back, but FR, they have 2 members left. From the roof, North gets yanked by the angle.
Oh, the nade!
Jonesy, the ice grenade, just a bit out of range. Darko is back up. North's gonna drop down from the roof, looking for Ripgod, tagging the blue zone. There is an opportunity, but he's running out of time. Bloody on the ground. Gmail coming in. That is super good news as Fast and Roy coming in the name. Deltas go down. Borges dropping low. Roy's on the left side. They're gonna get a big flank. The clutch is Too Fast doing it big time. Too Fast doesn't notice.
Too Fast, Groza, Borges just managed to top his health right back up. And Too Fast just has to be really careful here. 3 more grenades to work around with. He's been slowed down already. Borges now with the Woodpecker, but Groza is gonna...
Might be able to steal that away. Get High now with support of Jonah from so far. Might have a chance against GD. Get High still has a lot of that health to work with. Even at the bonfire, just swapping these doorways. He is middle and finally downstairs. Grenade launcher. Get out. Oh, it's like baby. I also. GRC reviving the whole team, and you have Iza God is gonna hold this compound. 1v1 against 18 Deer. Raz is joining very fast. Iza God drops the glue wall, double glue wall, blocking line of sight, but he's still getting pressured. Backup provided from behind. 18 Deer, they really want to try and break through this glue wall, and they will do that. But Iza God, you have suppressive fire from 2E from behind. Iza God now turns the corner. Tries to go for the challenge, but it might be a bad choice. And again, Raz gets taken out. Iza God taking advantage of the reload. Backup coming through for GRC. Iza God still alive. This guy is taking it to the next level. 18 Deer looks for him. Izagon. Pixel gets the second job. Fire. Can he close it out? Darklove shows up. Fire can't get the job done. The time turner protecting Izagon. GRC, they fall flat.
Kill.
สวัสดีครับผมเมจิกดนบูกัปตันทีมเมจิกอีสปอร์ตตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตความสามารถพิเศษสามารถข่มเพื่อนทุกคนในทีมและผมพร้อมจะข่มพวกคุณจำไว้ไอจะขยี้ยูให้แหลกถ้าถามถึงชีวิตส่วนตัวผมก็ดีนะแล้วผมพร้อมจะซัดพวกคุณให้ยับเลยส่วนนี้คือเมจิกคาเว่นถือตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์และแอคแท็กเกอร์ในคนเดียวกันมันมีงานไอเล็กคือชอบไปเที่ยวมีฉายาสุดเฟี้ยวคือสุนทรภู่ชอบแต่งเรื่องแต่เล่นเกมเก่งนะครับผมจะบอกให้และคนถัดไปคือเมจิกวัสนาเป็นทั้งชาร์เจอร์และแอคแท็กเกอร์เหมือนกันไอหมอนี่เป็นคนติดแฟนแบบรักแฟนที่สุดในโลกชอบพร่ำเพ้อพรรณนาถึงแฟนจนต้องตั้งฉายาให้มันว่านักกวีส่วนไอหมอนี่ก็คือเมจิกสมิงอยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์งานไอเล็กของเขาคือการสักลายถ้าไม่อยากตายก็เข้ามาแต่ฉายาน่ารักนะเรียกได้ว่าสมิงโก้ส่วนคนสุดท้ายคือเมจิกเอ็กซิสตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตแอคแท็กเกอร์มีงานไอเล็กชอบขายของช่วยพ่อแม่ฉายานักกวีดีเด่นแถมแต่งเรื่องเก่งกว่าคาเว่นทั้งยังเล่นเกมแมตช์นี้ได้เก่งกว่าใครเขาพร้อมจะชนทุกคนทุกสนามพวกเราเมจิก พวกเราทุกคนเปรียบเสมือนมังกรยิ่งใหญ่และฟาดได้ไม่ยั้ง
Halo, aku Suzana dari Mob Team. Perasaan seneng sih dapat boya 3 kali karena cuman kita kan yang boya 3 kali di week pertama.
Soalnya tim Indo itu kuat banget kalau early. Jadi maupun tim manapun kalau tabrakan di early ya pasti kalah kalau sama Indo.
Mob Team. Tụi mình đã thi đấu tốt khi đem về 2 buya, chắc chắn mình là thành viên bắn.
Light your fire, survivors! Are you ready for yet another day of non-stop Free Fire action? This is the Free Fire SEA Invitational with your boys Husky and the Mustachio, and we cannot wait to kick the day off because today is a very, very big day, just like all of the other days have been, but it's a little bit bigger for Group B.
It's getting bigger and bigger. This is the penultimate day of the group stage.
Yeah.
And it's the last day for the teams in Group B to play the final 6 rounds, and the rest is left up to fate. And this is where we get to talk about, have these teams done enough? Because if they don't, they might not make it to finals.
I mean, we look at Group B and it seems like a lot of them have most definitely done enough. Out of the 6 teams, 5 of them are currently in the top 12. E-Arena yesterday, they were not, but with just one solid day of run, I believe 97 points picked up, they just shot themselves up 9 ranks. And the only team that's not currently joining them in the top 12 is unfortunately Vastomundo, but we saw them waking up yesterday.
Yeah, and they just need one final big push to perhaps make it through, and they need to have a monstrous day today. It's a very tall task, but I believe that Vastomundo have enough rounds to pull it off. If E-Arena can do it, Vastomundo definitely have the potential. These are the maps that we will be playing today. Nothing has changed. Same as always, we start with Bermuda for match 1, and afterwards we move to Purgatory with Alpine as the 3rd match. 4th one with Nextera, and afterwards we go back to Bermuda for Game 5, and we spin the wheel to see which map will be chosen as the lucky Game 6.
And of course, today is the final day for Group B, but it is the second final day for Group C. They've got today 6 matches, and of course 6 matches from tomorrow as well when they do take on Group A. And a lot of teams from Group C, they are struggling in a little bit, but of course we'll wait to speak about them in the next slide. First Raiders Eclipse currently leading the fray as far as Group B is concerned, followed by FWE Sports, PE as well as MOF. It is just insane to think that out of the top 5 teams, 4 teams come from Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. And all out of those 5 teams from Group B, 4 of them had a monstrous yesterday.
Oh yeah.
That is crazy. More Team E-Arena, FWE Sports and PE Sports both performed admirably yesterday. But today they will be challenged by the folks from Group C, Genesis Dogma SF, GRC Aphrodite, Magic Esports, SBTC Esports, Ego Esports, and last but not least, our favorite boys, Expand from MCPS.
SBTC as well as GRC. These are the two teams that really have to hustle in here today. It's not their final chance, but it is going to be a good setup to get into the final day of play within the group stage, and that is going to be tomorrow. Whether or not GRC as well as SE is going to be able to do that, we will have to wait and find out. Things were not terrible for them last week, but at the very same time, it could be a tad bit better. GRC, unfortunately, is sitting down currently in the 17th spot, but that's only because they were not in play yesterday, so it's a good opportunity for them to really climb over teams like Farang, Bastomundo, as well as LGD yesterday.
Yeah, GRC Aphrodite, they have 2 days to do so 12 precious rounds. But Evo's Phoenix, they are going to close out their group stage run today, and I'm pretty sure they will have more than enough points to lock in grand finals. Not even now, they're at the top with a significant lead over the second team, which is First Raiders Eclipse. And speaking about First Raiders Eclipse, I think this is a team worth mentioning because you look at the past 3 days of group stage that they played. First day, massive, 102 points. Second and third day combined, almost the same as what they got on day 1.
That's unfortunate, but I most definitely will take day 3 versus day 2 anytime, any day if I'm a fan of First Raiders Eclipse, because day 2 was abysmal. Day 2 was a day of no-show for First Raiders, but that's exactly how the pendulum swings. If it goes forward, it has to come back, and it was just a little bit of a backswing for the First Raiders Eclipse, but I'm very sure they will be able to keep this momentum up. At the end of the day, they are not at risk of not making it to the grand finals, but at the grand finals, they cannot afford to have a day 2 sort of performance ever.
Yeah, and they are also one of the teams that deals the highest damage.
Yeah.
Second place, with 3.8k damage. You have Magic Esports with 4.2k and E-Arena with 3.6. I actually have a rebuttal to the day 3 performance of FFR. I'm going to keep it for later because we have to talk about one of their star player, which is North. And this guy has his highlight reels plastered all over our FFSI top 10 plays. One of the best snipers from the region itself, and just a very solid support player.
Yeah, and of course, running that auto, you know how he plays that support. Extra bit of information. J Beebs is there as well, because most of the time you can see North kind of holding back, not joining the rest of his rushes, and he's the one supposed to cover them. So if he's going to be taking shots from outside of the circle, from beyond those glue walls, he needs that extra bit of layer that J Beebs does go ahead to give. But let's look as well at the teams that you want to look out for in Bermuda. Magic Esports with a 50% top 3 rate, followed by Morph as well as PE Sports with 43 each to the name.
And all these teams have multiple booyahs to the name, with PE Sports bagging 2 back-to-back one yesterday, giving us one of the best clutch plays in FFSI. So it's very normal for we to expect a lot out of them. But before we look at the teams play, let's look at the formalities from them and what they have to say to one another in the upcoming Rose video.
Halo, aku Suzana dari Mob Team. Perasaan seneng sih dapat boya 3 kali, karena cuman kita kan yang boya 3 kali di week pertama.
Soalnya tim Indo itu kuat banget kalau early. Jadi maupun tim manapun kalau tabrakan di early ya pasti kalah kalau sama Indo.
Ê, Mod Team, tụi mình đã thi đấu tốt khi đem về 2 booyah. Chắc chắn mình là thành viên bắn hay nhất của team rồi.
Kalau buat tim PE nggak usah terlalu berlebihan deh semangatnya, soalnya tim Indo yang bakalan bawa pulang piala.
Ya hati-hati aja ya kalau ketemu kita di close combat, dan buat tim GD semangat, semoga kita bisa wakilin Indo bareng-bareng.
Ya hati-hati aja buat kalian, soalnya tim Indo di week berikut akan bantai-bantai kalian.
Chơi cho tốt nha, gặp về các bạn không vào được chung kết đâu. Fire Sports sẽ đem vinh quang về cho FreeFire Việt Nam. Yeah!
Kami bermain bagus dengan bermain agresif, mencari kill dan placement yang banyak。
有我们有信心，然后我会带着我的团队在下一周拿到更高的排名，然后我们一定会进。
สำหรับสัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมานะครับพวกเราก็ทำได้ดีแล้วนะครับแต่ว่าสัปดาห์หน้าพวกเราก็จะทำให้ดีกว่าต้องไปแก้ไขเรื่องการไฟต้นเกมให้ดีกว่านี้ครับ
Saya sebagai kapten merasakan kelima-lima player expand perform.
Back up again, Vice gets that long shot. Yuva should be able to take this jump shot up, spots him, and it is gonna be expand with the booyah.
Sayangnya LGDS ni mereka tak konsisten. Jadi jangan sia-siakan slot invited.
知道我们会送免回大厅。
To LGDS, Huija.
加油加油加油！
Buat Magic Squad, jangan senang dulu. Baru 2 kali gue kalah di map itu. Di week kedua nanti gue bantai lo pada.
ก็สะใจดีครับ แต่เดี๋ยวแมตช์หน้าผมจะเอาอีก
First Rider Eclipse. Burung selalu lari bila didekati. Jadi hati-hati dengan ulah kobra kami.
Biasa aja sih, soalnya yang meragukan itu pasti yang lebih bawah sih.
ฝากถึงทีม X Pan หน่อยนะครับ ผมมีอะไรจะบอกเมียวเมียว
Pada Magic. Miau miau. Oh wek wek.
I love it. Too Fast has definitely taken some page out of how to smack talk a bit.
Oh yeah.
But you know, smack talk aside, I want to talk about the camaraderie that we are seeing from the Indonesian teams. Morphin and GD, they both are motivating each other. To them, it's more than just a competition. It's about bringing the region, all the boys from the region to the grand finals, while everyone is just trash talking each other.
I mean, speaking of Morph, we can clearly see exactly why PE Sports seems to want to pick a fight with them, because they are just beside each other on the overall leaderboard. Both of these teams have got 4 Booyahs each to their name. So there's a little bit of competition between them. We understand they want to represent the region. They want to show within the group stage in itself who can do better, because obviously qualification to the grand finals is a guarantee for these two teams, but they just want to outdo each other. And I kind of love that, because that's the kind of competition off screen that will lead to fantastic moments in game.
Yeah, I'm sure these guys are very sportsmanlike. They are good friends in real life. But when it comes to the big stage, you gotta put friendship aside and treat everyone as your adversary. We're just in time to head to Bermuda for our first map. And I gotta say, I was a bit concerned when Too Fast was picking on LGDS. But I got less concerned when they started picking on Morph team, because you know, you go up the ladder. You can't just pick on the weaker teams, you know, you have to go after the big dogs.
Dude, I think that was one of the most...
It was a low blow.
one of the most painful trash talks that I've seen out of a player. You know, don't waste your invited slot. LGDS better step it up, man.
It's hard for us to disagree, right? Like, they're not wasting it. They just need a bit more of the flair. I mean, 2 of the teams that Too Fast were throwing jabs at are playing today, so that would be interesting to look at. I am very interested to see how E-Arena will perform today, because yesterday they set the bar way too high, and I think it's very hard for us to dial it down.
I'm not a big fan of the drop spots taken by Expand, because I think one of their players has spread out a little bit too far away, and that's going to be the one and only X-Roy. And this reminds me of Farang's setup. Usually when they do take these drops into these matches, they spread out far and wide. And we've seen exactly how that has turned out for the team. Not too great at all. So hopefully that's not the exact same situation that X-Roy kind of ends up in. He's getting a lot of information here for sure, but I don't think being forced to reset so early in the game is going to benefit the team in any way.
Shut up with the initial knock onto Blazer. And please don't tell me he's going to get crushed again. Nunes does end up getting crushed. Crusher gets crushed by Raz. GRC are around this area as well. So you have 3 teams sharing the same proximity. And if you're E-Arena, you're going to look to not only for Vasto Mundo, but also have to be aware of GRC Aphrodite.
Yeah, I thought the bullseye was on the map, but it unfortunately is on the team members of Vasto Mundo. 3 of them got knocked out.
And they found an SBTC guy walking around.
I don't get it. I do not get the...
Behind you.
The ones that kind of just spread away and take those shots. And what a shot, almost taking Limit off of his feet. And Limit responds. M82B does manage to take half that HP away. Gets tagged up by the Homer as well. Hand back and puts himself on the ground. Helping hand. Literally, no pun with that one. Getting an extra point. Now rotating with the exact same gun. RGS for the pop. AC80 responds by hand, but he just does not have an ingress into this shot at all. Has to back away. And now 18DS steps on in as well. GRC wants to be a part of this, but the rest of Team SBCC dropped by to say hello. And Tyson's gonna go in for the finisher.
Yeah, right behind Protete. And just knocks him down very easily. And now 18 finds himself trapped out in the open. Is bringing in backup from the rest of his team. Well, I say the rest, but it's only one guy.
Yeah.
You can see that Homer Drone tagging him up. The rest of SBTC going in for the rush. 18 basically trapped in the corner at this point, like a deer in headlights, and Artemis will get rid of him very easily. SBTC ends up being the team that gets the last laugh.
And the MVP is Han. He survived that fight for so long, and Tyson finally dropping by to shut down his attacker is going to be that perfect backup that you're always going to need within your team. Han once again steps out prematurely, gets a little excited, punished by Raz, but Artemis is there to claim that elimination and pick him right back up.
Han, I think, had 6-7 glue walls. And no, had to use a lot of that, but with these 2 extra knocks, you can get those replenished very easily, so not too much was lost. SBTC having a great start. Nero, the self-proclaimed best player of PE Sports, running away back to his team, as they did spot out a separate squad. PE Sports are not interested in taking these early fights, and it's something that I think PE Sports has been doing for the duration of the group stage. Usually they would look for that mid-game, you get control of a big compound, and you set that up as a base and try to voucher these third-party kills.
I don't want to allow Nero to be all alone there, but we'll pick up on that information in a little bit as Artemis finds limit this time round. E-Arena, they thought that they could tease SBTC and get away with it, but I guess that's not going to happen today. No breakout runs from E-Arena. August gets caught out. Neo from the back, backing up Han as well. Han in here for the finisher, and he does exactly that. Shut Up brings limit right back as Han does get taken down, but Neo knocks him down to the ground from afar.
A slow round for E-Arena. They just started off, 2 members left, including the one that just got revived.
Yeah.
This could be an indicator, right? They performed really well against the teams from Group A, but if Group C was the kryptonite to E-Arena, then there's something to be worried about, because there are a lot of teams that are amazing in Group C. Meanwhile, Darko actually gets eliminated in that 1v1 duel. Dells, on the other hand, did find Axo, and that's Expand being caught in a rough spot. 2 Ego Esports showing up against Morph team, who have already lost Kuja very early on, and Ma'au also gets his back absolutely blown to smithereens by Izagod. Susanna and Pew very late to the party, but he does have the RGS 50, getting a single knock onto Dockler, but they need a lot more than that, as the rest of 2E shows up with Dian in the front. Going through these glue walls, get these damage in onto Susanna. Not good enough, but the glue wall is going to fall. Susanna leaps over his head, tries to go for the alley whoop. Izagon gets knocked by the Tragon from Pew back. But Darklove finds Susanna. Dian gets traded back. Darklove finally goes down. Pew is the last man alive. And this could be the end for Morph team.
It possibly is QF9. P90 in hand, but he needs to turn around and shoot, and he does exactly that. And Team Morph goes down in the 12th spot. P90 saves his life and the entire team. Now, what I was about to say about Nero was, I don't want to leave the guy all alone. Even I think he's the best player of the team. Think that as well.
I was looking at Don't Cry because he got the clutch yesterday. No one takes it away from that man. Expand in danger, getting rushed by GD, and I don't think they have the full squad with them. So this is a tough fight for the members of Expand. Cobra does have the Charge Buster in hand, Too Fast with the nade also. Doesn't have time to heal himself back up. Cobra trying to turn around the corner, but Too Fast is already down, and Cobra follows very quickly. So the 2 members of Expand out.
I don't get this. I don't get this. I mean, they were running such good strategies last week, and then they come in here and they split apart on Bermuda of all maps, a map that they can definitely control. That's something that Expand really needs to think about strategically before they move on forth. Team First Raiders Eclipse for elimination already. They are on the hunt for more, and it looks like they are going to find a couple of more.
We have had many revives already.
Yeah.
It's only 7 minutes in. We have 34 players left, but 11 teams still stand. And today is the day, the only day in the group stage of week 2 that we have, like what, 12 teams instead of 11. And that itself means that there's a lot more opportunities for these teams to get points, to make big plays, a lot more upset chances as well. Artemis, on the other hand, finds fires from the side of GRC as First Raiders Eclipse. They're now going to take that launch pad to Shipyard, and that is where the rest of SBTC will be. Artemis and Han at that area. And I think for First Raiders Eclipse, they are very adamant that they want to get rid of SBTC.
GRC, 2 eliminations already, has got a decent gun in hand. So if SBTC does drop by to say hello to him, you know Liam's going to be more than happy to take those shots. But if the exact same is done by Genesis Dogma, I do not think Liam is going to be walking away with his life. He's not going to be able to hold those numbers there. Liam approaches that revival platform. In the meantime, Genesis Dogma in to pick up a couple of more loot. And Han is going to catch out Souza. Timing's perfect, but he gets tagged up by the Homer. Slows him down. Souza now with the advantage. And he pops the Steffi. No grenade's going to get him. And fantastic shutdown by the one and only Souza.
Once more, supported by North from behind. It's nothing much that SBTC, or in this case, I believe Han can do in that situation. He's completely isolated. And it is these staggered eliminations that really make life hard for any team because you are spending so much time trying to get those revives. Meanwhile, Yoz was able to find Knife Fan on that from that low ground. They even bring Borges back up, so nothing was lost. As SBTC continues to get pummeled, Axel finds Neo somewhere on the map as well, but this fight is going to be very crucial to see if GD can get rid of FW.
A little bit of give and take between FW and GD, both taking away lots of HP, but getting absolutely no knocks whatsoever. The one thing that can happen great for GD right now is if FW gets teased from the back and they try to reposition. Or else this is just going to be a never-ending back and forth between the two because there's no way you can secure a knock and an elimination unless one of the team members makes a mistake from either side.
Or you throw two nades.
It's too far, bro. Too far. Unless, oh, dude, he's got Beast. He's got Awaken Hayato. If he had the regular Hayato, you get the extra 10% in range as well. Maybe the nade will reach. But extra 25 out of Beaston. Beaston's going to be crying. He's like, why are you pushing me so hard?
You mean the Alvaro?
Oh, yeah, Alvaro. Sorry.
Hayato is
long hair boy.
Long hair boy, yes. Armor pen if it's not awakened. If it's awakened, you take less damage.
Alongkon up top. Car 98. Dels should be able to sort him out with his SVD, but no connections whatsoever. And this was the interference I was talking about. Now, Magic Esports is going to be the ones to force FW to reposition. That's going to give that opening for Genesis Dogma to find a better spot for themselves.
Yeah, one of the highlight players, MVP of Week 1, Saming, is on this team. So you know that Magic Esports, they have a lot that they're looking for in this round. And once more, right, when we look back at the first time these two groups faced off, it's a more slow and collected play across the entire day. So far, round 1 seems to be the case, but some of the teams are definitely stepping up that aggression. Genesis Dogma, for example, just constantly trying to suppress and chip away at the help of FW, who all took the launch pad to get away from this situation, which is a good choice, but Vastomundo now faces off against E-Arena.
Vastomundo 3v1. Limit is going to be cornered in a couple of seconds here as Axel finds Liam. That's the end of GRC. Limit down on the ground. Vastomundo takes advantage of the situation. Crusher gets caught out. Both players have got the exact same gun. Artemis knocked out of the equation by Protene at the same time as well, as E-Arena continues to try to hold back Vastomundo. Orgus waiting for that perfect timing. Crusher recovers, and this just got so much more harder for EA.
This is very winnable because it's a 2 versus 3 in favor of Vastomundo, right? We saw E-Arena, they have one member who somehow picked off a member of SBTC of all people.
Yeah. Ooh, so, what a jump.
Vastomundo just gotta heal back up. Orgus turn around the corner, shut up also in the building. They're not the easiest to catch, but that blue zone is catching up. And the longer Vastomundo takes, the bigger chance for EA to regroup themselves. You can see that their backup limit is already marking that circle, and he is going to help shut up, take Nunes now, and this is already bad news for the members of Vastomundo. They just took way too long to get rid of E-Arena.
Oh, this is crazy, man. Vastomundo had the upper hand, and they just give it away by quite the unfortunate approach towards E-Arena. But at the very same time, Shut just had the perfect response, right? Saw the player approaching him, erects 2 glue walls, blocks the access of that player, slows him down, and in the meantime, he takes advantage through a backstab. Fantastic display of counterplays right there for us to all indulge in. First Raiders Eclipse, on the other hand, they have found Expand, starting to engage now. Lozzy, opportunity, LMG in hand, but will find no one. Roy out in the open, no glue walls to protect him, finally brings one up, but has to use a medkit as well.
Yeah, Axel is trying to provide support fire for Expand, but he doesn't really have the best line of sight. They need to push into this circle through First Raiders Eclipse, and they also have GD to worry about coming in from the east side. 3 versus 4, not gonna be easy, but Expand, they just get absolutely destroyed.
I did not see that coming. I did not see who took that backstab, but whatever it was a super sweet one for First Raiders Eclipse. And now, Genesis Dogma, Alongkon all alone. And it doesn't seem like he's going to be teasing anyone with that sniper just yet. First Raiders Eclipse in his crosshairs. But look at who's super comfortable inside of the next circle already. 2E, just waiting for some action.
2E is going to be very, very delighted. You have 3 potential teams that you can take out. Arena is also in the circle as well, but they are under heavy pressure from First Raiders Eclipse. This is a rivalry that's extended throughout the entirety of the group stage, and you know it's sad to say that First Raiders Eclipse have not been able to find a solution to overcome Arena.
Yeah.
This could be the chance for them to do so with the help of Group C. Lozzy with a good long shot. Shut Up had no chance to be brought back. Potato and August are trapped in the arsenal. Potato gets sniped by, of all people, Queen of 9 from Ego Esports, and this could spell the end for EA.
It looks like it is going to be the end. North circles around M1887, but Souza doesn't even give him an opportunity. Just blows the guy up with the RGS. Daklov will be able to find Borges as well from the side of Genesis Dogma. Both of them getting that deal done before they head on into the next circle. SPTC, one final player surviving on top of that silo in the name of Tyson. Guy needs to move. Circle's catching up finally.
Meanwhile, you have Ego Esports and P Esports, both Vietnamese teams marking down crucial locations in the circle. And they know where the members of GD are, at least for 2E. That's why you can see Darklove. He is just keeping an eye on that building. You have Magic Esports on the high ground, but GD they're getting pressured by MCPS. Donbu, what a nade into the building for Borges. Second one tossed in as well. They need that rebound to get some confirmed kills, but so far GD are able to bring their members back up. MGE now suffering in the hands of PE. They try to make a rotation, and PE Esports are punishing them.
When you don't get the range, you just look for a hill and you bounce the nade off in the perfect trajectory. You gotta love some physics in FreeFire. Alangkon backs away. First Raiders will not need to do much at all as FW gets snapped out of the equation. First Raiders did have a view on him, but stolen away by 2E instead, who still do have a pretty decent defensive position only for the next few seconds. In 2 seconds, they gotta start moving as well.
MG are running downhill. FR in the meantime ends up losing Souza. Don't Cry getting sniped back by Craven. A three-way fight right now in this final circle as PE Esports. Can they get Don't Cry back up? All the glue walls are dropped, but it's not in time. Oh, Dark Love vaping nade onto GD. And GD are in a world of hurt. Izagon getting knocked, but Borges needs to do a lot more than that. Gets the end down. Dels also chips in. The Chargebuster put gluing work big time. And they actually wipe out 2E. GD stays alive.
GD recovers 2E, just takes way too long to step on in and eliminate those players that were already knocked down. Donbu has got a grenade launcher. This is going to be a big game changer towards his final circle battle. PE Sports trying to set up a good defensive position on the left-hand side of the house. MGE on the right. Genesis Dogma with a single survivor on the other side of the circle. He just needs to play this patient and the second spot might still be possible.
And this is just, these two teams duke it out. Ice grenade thrown in, Nero once more. Homer drone also sent out as well. Donbu is out in the open, but those nades are really keeping Magic Esports in a tough spot. But Magic Esports responds with their own frag. UK now needs to take some time to patch himself back up as PE Esports attempt to take more space. Look at that rotation towards the center. They want to make sure that MG doesn't have much breathing room to work with, and PE Esports looking to suffocate MGE. But Donbu with the grenade launcher takes out UK. That is going to give MG the advantage. DNP finds Wasana. Magic Esports are falling apart at the seams, but Dels, he's shooting from afar as well. This could be a chance. It's a 1v1 for all three teams. DNP for somehow stays alive. Nero, he's back up on his feet. Dels goes on the push on the right. DNP needs to deal with him. The shots are being exchanged. Dels has the time turner. Cluster from Nero onto Donbu. Doesn't get the kill just yet, but DNP, he's trying to get rid of Dels, and Dels goes down.
It's going to be narrow now. Glue wall melter. Donbu's defense is going to go down in the next couple of seconds, but they go for the finisher instead of taking the guy out. Donbu's still alive. AC80 tags one, but Nero finishes it off. It's a back-to-back-to-back booyah for PE Sports from yesterday into the start of today.
Evo's Phoenix once had the most booyah, but PE Sports now have the same amount of booyahs as a two-time world champion. Can you believe it?
And they have the best streak, 3 booyahs in a row over 2 days.
I tell you, man, remember what we closed out the show yesterday with?
Yeah.
Those kind of big plays is really going to propel the team forward in terms of morale, in terms of confidence. PE Sports took that one performance from Don't Cry and they translated to a 5th booyah.
And
Incredible.
I wonder if or not Nero did manage to get the MVP title once again, or it's going to be one of his other team members, because yes, I do agree, he's one of the better players out of PE Sports, but this whole squad just knows how to get the deed done out there on the battlefield. But the one decision making in that final circle that I don't necessarily agree with is going for the finisher onto the player from the side of Genesis Dogma before heading up on the battlefield. But of course, granted as well, there's no way for you to find out exactly what sort of skills your opponents are running, and it's possible that they did not have that A124 on them to disable those players. So the guy could have just brought himself right back up, and technically because he was down and not taken out of the equation, there was a possibility for that. So I just made a point and disagreed with myself. Good start show.
It was also a minor clutch moment, right? Because if you look at that last sequence, PE Sports, they should have only had one guy left because DNP was not in a position to help his teammate. But he brought himself back up. This guy just refuses to die. And maybe the will to live is enough to keep PE in the game.
You gotta believe, but sometimes you just gotta have the right passives on you as well.
So
this was a fight that I just went, huh?
I bet 2E also thought the same. I mean, for Magic Esports, this is very tough. A part of me wish that we could see that 2v1 clutch that PE did yesterday, but it's a tall task.
I mean, 2E, they sent in a solid nade. They dropped 2 players. They had 3 guys in front of the door. The simple execution method is rush in, 3v2, you get those knocks, and best case scenario, there's just one guy in there. There was only one guy in there. That one guy stepped out and wiped all of them out.
Yeah, that one guy had a charge buster and he's landing all his shots.
And it takes a while to charge the charge buster up. It's called the charge buster, and he still busted them.
Yeah, I guess 2E just needs some time to warm up, right? I mean, you look at 2E's performance, they are not the worst. When they debuted, their first day against Group B, sure, it was very slow. But come Group A, they were crushing it. I mean, 2E had their own moment. Iza got one of the best individual clutch moments we saw is on their team.
Absolutely right. Both SE as well as 2E, they really need to put on great performances in here today because they are both in the 11th and 12th spot. So this is a fantastic start to the day. I mean, we saw how SBTCs kind of started the day off towards the end with Tyson being the final player. He wasn't able to survive all that too long, but enough to make sure the team is put over. Nero does not get the MVP this time around, but DNP steps up for the play.
And just 2,417 damage. DNP, a lot of chip damage, a lot of valuable damage as well. The utilities from the side of PE Sports really crippled their enemies. And I happened to be lucky enough to watch Fast 10 yesterday. And what the Fast and Furious franchise taught me is that if you have enough faith, anything is possible. And maybe PE Sports just oozes overflowing faith to get 5 booyahs, 3 back-to-back nonetheless. The setup is very straightforward, A124, Homer, and double Steffi.
And of course, at the end of the day, as we saw how DNP played that Homer to perfection moments ago, just disabling that player for a couple of seconds before they did manage to overcome the situation. PE Sports, once again, have been on a roll. 3 back-to-back booyahs. The back-to-back booyah yesterday to end the day in match number 5 and 6, and today in game number 1. Can they make it 4 for 4? We'll have to wait and see, SK.
And I want to quickly point out that this is the first time we saw Misha getting picked up. DNP, that's in its lineup, right? It's very unorthodox. You have the Homer, you have the Capella, you have the Maro, and you have a Misha. And it's Misha's ability afterburner makes it harder for you to be targeted while you're driving.
Yeah,
increases driving speed, reduces damage taken inside vehicles, which is something that is
I think it was a misclick because I didn't see them. I mean, you bring this out in Purgatory, maybe I will take that, but I didn't see them driving around. We've seen use Misha at all.
We've seen Kla. Nothing beats that. Okay, I'm holding that over everyone's head. Nothing beats Kla.
M1014 for obvious reasons. Double barrel. You get the shot out of this shotgun. Decent rate of fire as well. And you are going to be knocking players over for the elimination point every single play. AC 80. You don't really need to talk about that. 2 back-to-back shots. 2 consecutive shots gets you that bonus damage. And Trogon, this is the Swiss Army knife. This is the one.
This is the Swiss Army knife from a different category, right?
Yeah.
We will talk about it in a bit because PE Sports, they just got another 24 points onto the tally. First race Eclipse, very strong start. they've got 4th place in terms of placement, but they got 14 eliminations. That's 21 points. Genesis Dogma SF also decent, 14 points. Magic Esports getting 13, SBTC getting 12. It's a Vietnam and Indonesia affair.
I mean, SBTC getting 12 is huge. Once again, both 2E and SBTC needed to perform. They did exactly that. But the one team that I want to highlight in terms of a disappointing play this time around was Expand, because there was no need whatsoever to take a split drop, but that's exactly what they did. And I've never seen a split drop favor anyone at all unless they get super lucky on the battlefield.
It's either that or they're super good. We've seen very less examples of that.
Yeah, very
less, way too less. And when we saw that, it was, you need a lot of individual skills to make it happen.
Yes.
Hopefully Expand kind of does better in round 2. We'll go for a break and we'll come back for Purgatory.
สวัสดีครับ ผมเมจิกดนบูกัปตันทีมเมจิกอีสปอร์ตตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตความสามารถพิเศษสามารถข่มเพื่อนทุกคนในทีมและผมพร้อมจะข่มพวกคุณจำไว้ไอจะขยี้ยูให้แหลกถ้าถามถึงชีวิตส่วนตัวผมก็ดีนะแล้วผมพร้อมจะซัดพวกคุณให้ยับเลยส่วนนี้คือเมจิกคาเว่นถือตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์และแอคแท็กเกอร์ในคนเดียวกันมันมีงานไอเล็กคือชอบไปเที่ยวมีฉายาสุดเฟี้ยวคือสุนทรภู่ชอบแต่งเรื่องแต่เล่นเกมเก่งนะครับผมจะบอกให้และคนถัดไปคือเมจิกวัสนาเป็นทั้งชาร์เจอร์และแอคแท็กเกอร์เหมือนกันไอหมอนี่เป็นคนติดแฟนแบบรักแฟนที่สุดในโลกชอบพร่ำเพ้อพรรณนาถึงแฟน
Something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's
G Esports has 5 booyahs. Not has, have 5 booyahs, and they have 5 more rounds to play. There's a chance for them to get 10 booyahs. I'm on the P Esports Copium, and if you guys don't know who I am, I'm the new P Esports ambassador, plus hype fan, plus top supporter. My name is Husky, and alongside me is a very puzzle Mustachio AJ.
Calm down. They got the back-to-back-to-back. They're not going to get 5 more in a row.
back to back.
8 booyahs in a row, I think is impossible even for EVOS Phoenix themselves. Because it's, at the end of the day, RNG, man. I mean, EVOS Phoenix, they rise, they fall a lot, but they rise a lot as well. PE Sports has shown us that they can do the exact same thing. Once again, last week, day 1, fantastic start. Day 2, they kind of went down the drain, jumped back up a tad bit on day 3. But today is the day where they are really, really on fire, right? We saw 2 solid booyahs out of them yesterday. Today, they've started the day off, in a fantastic manner. But I believe that's exactly where they got the booyah yesterday as well, right? Bermuda, and today Bermuda again. So 2 back-to-back Bermudas.
3 back-to-back Bermudas.
Oh yeah, 3 back-to-back Bermudas. That's insane.
They own Bermuda at this point.
That's actually insane. 3 back-to-back Bermuda booyahs, and SE is just not on fire. They have lit a freaking inferno in their hearts. Genesis Dogman with 100% top 3 rate within Purgatory. Definitely one to look out for. But Expand has got the exact same top 3 rate in their own hands. But if they pull off the exact same kind of drop spot, I don't know, Husky. I'm not feeling it.
I think, Expand, we can kind of forget about game 1. It's a slow start for this squad. Yeah. I am personally more worried about GRC Aphrodite because they had a decent opening when they introduced themselves to FFSI group stage. We were like, wow, this team is something, right? First time debuting. And this is a team, I believe, 4th seed from the region? Yeah. And they were doing pretty fine. And afterwards, they just dissipated into the wind, and they didn't have a good game 1 either. So hopefully they get to bring it back. I know they have more rounds tomorrow, but you look at their overall standings, they're not doing that fine.
But that's absolutely fine because, out of 17 teams, obviously you gotta have some winners, you gotta have some losers. The one thing that I don't find fine is some of these strategies that are played out there that just makes us go, huh? That's not acceptable, especially at a level like this. Brian gets subbed in and Tyson sits this one out. He spent too much time on the silo, and I think he needs a break. He needs a toilet break.
I mean, Tyson has been playing every single match, if I remember correctly. Axel also gets swapped out for Zuez. This is the first game that Zuez has played in FFSI. I think even in the NCPS major, he probably played like a few rounds.
Yep.
So I would say, at least in the competitive scene, when we see him play officially in matches, still considered a new blood, but on a way bigger stage.
GRC in a hot drop, but Expand even hotter with Morph as well as PE just within their vicinity. And once again, they go in a 1-to-3 split. This time, the 1-to-3 split is actually going to do them a little bit of good, because if things do go south and they get sandwiched here by Morph as well as PE, Too Fast can still get something done. But Too Fast now, this is the point where he needs to play this as patient as possible. Wait, bide his time, and all of them attack the same team at the same time. But I don't know if they are aware of just how many people are there.
Perhaps not for now, but maybe more team will reveal themselves. And this is a team that does take all the shots that they can get. But GRC, they are in danger. Look at Vasto Mundo sending the entire platoon to try and get rid of GRC Aphrodite in this building. All the glue was being set out. The RGS-50 into the 2nd floor. They are taking some damage as well, but look at this rush. So effective. Vasto Mundo making the first move. Blazer 10 getting the initial knock with that mini Uzi. Crusher by his side as well. As they also find Lee. Vasto Mundo making it big time. Collins gets knocked. And the only person left for GRC is in the building. And GRC, they are no more wiped by Vasto Mundo, but their problems have only just begun because E-Arena have shown up to try and get rid of VM for those juicy 4 points.
The perfect timing for this third party. Lopez down on the ground. Blazer 10 trying to make a difference here. Crusher put down. Oh my goodness. Vasto Mundo after starting off so hard. E-Arena picks on them. And E-Arena hasn't been having quite a number of great rounds for themselves. First round was a little underwhelming, but I guess they're going to use this as the perfect launching platform. Vasto Mundo of all people.
It is very frustrating if you're Vasto Mundo because that was the best possible start. And if you're in that position, you gotta be really feeling the heat. 4 more rounds after this. They had such a stellar opening. They are wiping out GRC, a team that might be able to overtake you, and then you get wiped out. Susanna does have that sniper rifle in hand. Very, very deadly. I mean, Too Fast does see him. Both are very patient. Too Fast was like, you know what, to hell with it. I will take the first shot. And I mean, it's fair for Too Fast, right? Because he is the only one separated from the rest of his team. maybe drawing attention can allow Expand to mount some sort of attack.
That was a very smart move by Too Fast. He's got the Awakened Moko. He's tagged up Susanna. Susanna did move, so that's an 11-second of information given to the rest of his team members. And now, if you compare the guns, you've got an M82B going up against an AC80, but AC80 needs 2 consecutive shots in order to get his opponent down. That M82 is not a huge damage dealer, so it's going to take a couple of shots to knock Too Fast down. So both players will have enough time to avoid each other, looking at their current positions. So I don't think we can expect anything out of this unless there is a phenomenal play out of Too Fast. 2 consecutive shots onto the head of Susanna, then we've got something to talk about.
And it's a very deadly circle also. I say deadly because you look at the center, right? You have Expand, your more team, your PE Sports. They are not going to budge anytime soon. I wouldn't be surprised if these 3 teams are the last 3 teams in the circle.
Look at Nero. Too Fast is going to have a little bit of company in a couple of seconds. New K going by to say hello to Roy. Pew is approaching the compound of Expand as well as PE Sports. All of hell is gonna break loose shortly down here just in the outskirts of Brasilia. And PE Sports do not know exactly what sort of a landmine they're going to step into in a couple of seconds.
Best case scenario for Expand is that more team turns their attention away to PE, or PE starts firing at more team. But Too Fast essentially stuck out there in that building alone. And I like what PE Sports is doing. They're not making aggressive moves. Nero, he's just there for some scouting mission, but they're not mounting the assault. So the standout between Morph Team and Expand continues. Can't say the same for FR against MGE though, because FR, they are split up basically across the entire landscape, and they get the first blood onto MGE.
Let's see what does FR do with this opportunity as MGE very quickly avoids engagement. They back out of that compound. And first Raiders might just go in here for the hunt. They're flanking around from that left-hand side. They will drop by the bunker first just to beef themselves up in terms of firepower for a little bit before they continue.
Oh no.
Darkall, don't do it, my friend. He does get the clip. Can he get another one? He's got the Awakened Moko, and Darkall tracks and slays Craven as he falls from the air.
Poor guy. Gets taken out, revive, and taken out again. Alright, so run him over. Never mind. Couldn't get up the hill.
Felt close enough, and now outside of the circle, Magic Esports, they really want to recover from this. Wasana will back away alongside Saming as well as Donbu. MGE don't really have a lot of space to play with, but this circle's not going to hurt them all that too much. Homer tags up the one and only Donbu, slows him down a tad bit, so he's not going to be able to step by the very edge of this roof and take those shots against First Raiders. Lozzie has been spotted by Donbu, has got the parafal. A couple of more shots and Lozzie's going to be done for.
And FR, they now know that the Magic Esports are on top of the ski loss roof. There's no way for them to go, and Darko once more lends a lethal shot onto Saming. Okay, buying time for the team. Magic Esports needs to go for the revive. The circle is just closed in as well. Magic Esports needs to find a way to fight through this, but they can't pull it off because Lozzie is alone. They gotta get rid of Lozzie, and in fact, they actually shot down Darko as well. So Magic Esports are looking to turn this around. A double stack. Lozzie sees it. He's gonna put out the glue and try to run away. At least try to buy some space for himself. But Lozzie is completely trapped.
He gets stacked up by the Homer, slows him down, and the Homer allows Saming to knock Lozzie down onto the ground. The tables have turned, and it looks like now the First Raiders are on the defense. Not just behind the ski lodge. Donbu and Saming can attack Souza out in the open. Craven and Wasana are going to disengage from this engagement so that they can find a safer spot. Homer once again catches Souza. And this is going to be those first few seconds that disable Souza. In the meantime, Darkall and Lozzie, they get brought back. Saming caught out in the open. First Raiders, they attempt the comeback. Lozzie taken out. Souza, Donbu down on the ground. How did the First Raiders turn this around?
That was a literal hot drop if I've ever seen one. They dropped right on top of the roof, right in front of the MGE boys, and took both of them out. Well, both of them, yeah.
Them back?
Craven has been revived for the 3rd time in this game. He spent,
my goodness.
My man spent more time dead than alive. They brought him back again. That's all that matters. FR also sustaining heavy damage. Just second floor. Zuiz getting chipped by a bit. Morph Team finally going in for the push. Expand. Can you survive this onslaught from the Indonesian team? Success so far. Camping in the 2nd floor. Pew not able to get much done, and Xtroy able to slowly force the members of 4 team away, but too fast. Once more on the flank, he has a 1v1 in front of him. Suez does get knocked down by Koja. Roy is losing health. Cobra also out, and it's down to 2 members of Expand to try and save this.
X-Roy trying to bugger off, but Too Fast is the first one to disengage. Captain wants to bring the rest of the players right back, and PE Sports decides to strike right here, right now. That's gonna save the life of Expand. Cobra gets put out of the equation. PE Sports cleaning house, and Morph is in the way.
And that is exactly what PE Sports has been waiting for. They are waiting for that exact moment. Morph team ends up getting punished for that aggression, despite winning against Expand.
The timing was fantastic from PE Sports yesterday, especially for their final booyah. The timing is, phenomenal today. Whoever who's making the shot calls for the side of PE Sports needs a raise. They need a super bonus, because that's exactly why PE Sports has been able to dominate so many of these engagements. And now 2E outside of the circle. Not a great time to engage with any teams, but they are taking their shots. They are trying to get lucky. Circle's going to be a little bit punishing at this point already.
Look at all of them just huddled together like a little soccer group, but they're now going to need to push into the safe zone for sure. FR against MGE, that fight continues. GD on the other hand, they're gonna rotate right into E-Arena. I thought they are gonna go past. Del's easily down as August performs a mini drive-by. Borges also trapped out in the open. Potato is gonna look for him with a frying pan in hand, maybe try to knock him over. August tries straight into him, and they are just gonna quickly make quick work of Borges. That is an easy knockdown with the remaining player of GD going for a quick swim, because this fight is done though.
Yep, he's like, nope, this is not the kind of engagement I want to deal with. And E-Arenas, they are all good. They don't want to go for the hunt. They are going to be backing away from this engagement. They're not going to finish off Genesis Dogma just yet.
Look at this circle, AJ. This is absolutely
a lot of people are going to go for a swim today, I guess.
Yeah, this is a brutal circle for sure. Lozzie, well, knocked out by Artemis as SBTC finally joins the picture. What a shot from afar to find Brian. Neo puts up the glue wall. He's still getting tagged up. Those Saming spamming those shots.
And this is one of those few rare moments where you see someone using Iris. And that's what I'm talking about. Getting that shot at the glue wall will tag up people around those glue wall if you've got that Iris active running on you. And you also get to penetrate those glue walls just like you're running the M82B. Smart plays, but he doesn't get much out of it because of the damage reduction when you play Iris. Protene brings Orgus back. In the meantime, Shut Up doing exactly what he does best.
FW
getting yet another knock. FW drops by to say hello, and E-Arena better get the heck out of there.
Yeah, their brothers are coming. Look at 2E. They are bailing out of it. They're like, all right, we do not want to be a part of this. As E-Arena, they do the same, but E-Arena members are very much split out. They can still be punished by 2E. Someone. They're all alive. Potato just standing by in case someone goes down. He actually fights Darklove. What an ambush from Potato. I bet Darklove did not expect him to be there. For FW, they get control of that area. E-Arena also finds their safe spot. We're gonna be back in the standstill as Limit finds Boonjame. Oh, the snipes from afar.
I mean, EA is just playing this on a whole other level now. And we just saw exactly how Protete just stepped on out, brings back Orgus, and at the very same time, sorts out the guy who could have taken the backstab against him. E-Arena has awakened, and they are a true threat out there on the battlefield in this sort of form. But FW, no elimination so far. Still has a chance against him. They've got a good setup, but Boonjame's a little too far away.
And look at EA, they're going to take the launch pad to go towards Alon Korn because he's isolated. They did lose Limit, but they got a decent trade back. Knifan getting tagged by Potato, but FW Esports are making life hard for EA. So EA, they do have a fishing hut to go towards, so it's not the end of the world just yet. Meanwhile, Craven from MGE looks for SPTC and finds them.
10 eliminations. MGE's on fire for sure. FW still struggling to find a single elimination for their name. Boonjame has got the Drogon in hand, but no opponents right in front of him. Izagod's going to get caught out, but this M1887 out of Izagod's hands is going to hurt a lot. Gemello steps by to help Boonjame out. The double revolver might be able to get the deed done. And Shut Up just from afar. Nobody suspects him standing there, and 2E, all of them get tagged up.
Potato also sniping the members of 2E from afar, right? Queen of Night is now Darklove. Basically trapped between the containers and the glue wall. Shut Up, he's just gonna go for him. Right with the Charge Buster in his face. I mean, E-Arena back to their prime form. 2E no longer a factor in this round. FW next on the menu for EA. They are hungry for more kills. Naifan runs into Potato, and Potato wins it. The Trogon again paying dividends. Gimelo, challenger number 2. Potato with lower health gets knocked down. Punjay finds shut up, and FW are able to stop EA in their tracks.
E-Arena, can they pick up a solid booyah here? Nero, 5 eliminations already. He desperately wants that MVP title right back in his hands. FW circles around Alongkon. He's not going to give this up just yet. And look at the other side. MGE alive and kicking. And they're just going to be swimming around, waiting for a little bit of action. And PE Sports is still in line for a back-to-back booyah.
You're gonna regret not joining me on the bandwagon.
No, 8 too much, man.
They
4 maybe, 8 nah.
They are getting there. They are in top 4. Whole squad still alive. Decent position to play with. The only downside is that there is no fishing cart, right? At least on their side of the land.
Let's see who this Lady Luck favor more, PE Sports or FW. MG is totally stuck in a very, very tough position. Their players are all split apart. But Donbu still does find 9fan. 9fan's gonna get picked up as Alongkon backs away. Donbu and Craven now. This duo with the Trogon as well as Chargebuster in hand. Jumelo as well as Boonjame take them on. Chargebuster puts down Craven and Boonjame just needs just one more of that. Jumelo back up on his feet and it looks like FWE Sports is just gonna dispatch of MGE. But just one more player left. But that's Saming and he's all the way on the other side. And the circle favors FW. This looks like it's going to be a solid booyah for them because all you need to do now is just fish those fishes out of the water.
Nero was able to sneak through. Maybe there is a chance, but Saming is making life very hard for New K. Well, Alongkron gets that knock. New K out of the equation. Saming playing absolute big spoiler. He's getting targeted by Boonjame as well, but FW, like you said, AJ, in a very good spot on that high ground. And PE Sports only have 2 men to deal with them.
And Saming's the perfect distraction. Everybody's taking a look at him. In the meantime, PE Sports have already gone for a quick marathon of a swim across those waters and are in perfect position to be in that safe zone. FW suspects nothing. The hut giving PE the perfect cover. But 2v4. This is not an easy task for PE Sports, but a fantastic round either way.
We have Nero and Don't Cry, the clutches of the team. Maybe Don't Cry can pull off an upset again, but they gotta exit the fishing hut right now. FW fully prepared to take on the members of PE Sports. Nero running out into the open, getting absolutely pelted by lead. They're gonna try to spam down those blue walls. Nero building a wall at this point. They have the Homer drone, double ice grenade. Don't Cry trying to provide support, but it's not possible. They even bounce that nade in. Nero getting absolutely frostbitten by Gmail's ice grenade. And FW looking for a clean booyah. Don't Cry with the Charge Buster finds 1, but there's 3 more members for him to go right through, and it's just too tall of a task for Don't Cry. PE, they are officially out, and well, FW Esports, they're gonna put another booyah on that list of booyahs that they already have.
FW with the 3rd booyah of the competition, and overall on the leaderboard, they are not in a painful position at all. The last time we did check on the overall, they were in the 4th place and just higher from this spot on. But PE Sports from the back to back to back and getting into the final circle, 2nd spot, they're not going to complain.
I call that as a win.
It's a definite win for me.
Big win, 2nd place finish, right?
Solid number of eliminations.
That was the same level of consistency we saw from First Radius Eclipse and Genesis Dogma on week 1. That didn't last long. But for PE Sports, it is going very strong, and it is happening on the most important day of the group stage for them.
Vastomundo started things off super hot. GRC got dispatched pretty quickly, and E-Arena showed up out of nowhere to just rain on their parade. That ended a little prematurely. I feel bad for Vastomundo.
I feel bad for Craven. Dies once, gets revived, gets shot out from the sky, dies again, gets revived, and dies again. But this extended fight between FR and MG is something to behold because FR's decision making to go for a double revive hot drop to win that skirmish. No normal people would do that.
E-Arena had a fantastic round because they were just on fire all throughout. Even up against MGE, they managed to push them away from their compound. Going up against FW, on the other hand, was not as easy as they wanted it to be because Boonjame woke up, and then later on, the same guy just showed up against FW as well. PE Sports with Don't Cry's 1 solid play there looked fantastic, but 1v4. it was never going to happen.
Yeah, and when you look at kind of that final sequence, right, there was actually a mini clutch from Bunjay because he was getting rushed by 2 players.
Yes.
He blasted a fully charged buster onto the second guy swinging him when he had 60 health, and he got the one shot. That was what kept him alive until the very end. Very minute, seems minute, but it was a big factor why FW has such a solid grip in that final circle.
And this is the main reason why you want to be running the Awakened Moko on your team, and you want your players to be tagging up and giving this information, right? You want to be playing those homers, you want to be slowing down these players, and you see how all of these active and passive skills, not only does it give you the data that you require, but it also gives you foresight. You kind of know exactly where to expect these players, and that charge buster shot just wouldn't have been possible without that information.
Yeah, and overall for FW, this is a very straightforward round for them, but they did have to jump through a lot of hoops. Remember that 3-way fight that they had to go through between 2E and E Arena? That wasn't easy. They had to play 3v4 for a long time because Along Kong was isolated, and at the end of the day, they got a bit of help from the circle, and with a lot of grit and tenacity, they managed to tough it out. 9 eliminations and a booyah, so 21 points for FW to kick off the day. I mean, for them, I think they are very much in the grand finals already, but this is just to solidify that position.
Yeah, and of course, with the 9 eliminations plus the booyah, I guess they do hold on to the #1 spot, because I don't think PE has enough eliminations to overcome their the numbers that they have managed to pick up here, both through placements as well as eliminations. But let's look at the team comp and how were their skills used to perfection. The gameplay of data is always going to give you the upper hand, and homers is so annoying, right? You tag someone up, you're going to slow them down for about 4 to 5 seconds, and that makes such a big difference in gunfights.
And I believe the FW Esports is the first team we saw that ran triple homers, and could be the only team that runs triple homers, which is pretty insane because different maps demand different things from the teams, but the one thing that FW doesn't change is triple homers.
Yeah, and obviously not a lot of people would kind of fare towards a setup like that, because, you know, as much as Homer is great, he does come with his downsides as well, and there are a couple of other active skills that you can abuse in the current meta. I mean, Steffi comes in super decent because you all know exactly how many nades get chucked at teams out there on the battlefield. But when you know how to play a strategy like this and you've been practicing enough, the Homer setup is lethal.
It is. Gives you so much aggression. You're sacrificing some defensive capabilities for full-on aggression. But if you can get the drop onto your enemies, then defense doesn't really matter as much. And there it is, Charge Buster making it to top 3 for the first time. And I don't blame it, because the Charge Buster has been a pivotal moment in Game 1 for some big plays. For GD surviving 2E, and it was a big asset for FW's booyah.
Trogon AC80, by this time, they are like the superstars you don't want to see anymore, you don't want to hear about anymore, because every single game, those are the guns that are being picked up, those are the guns that are being pretty much abused by the players out there on the battlefield for a good reason. They are fantastic guns. The Charge Buster just requires a higher level of mastery.
21 points for FW Esports, and that includes the booyah for them. I mean, PE Esports, 20 points. So, well, FW, you got the booyah, but PE Esports, they are still hard on your tails. In fact, PE Esports is doing better overall than FW.
Yeah.
If you look at the bottom, I mean, Expand once more, not showing up at all.
I am not a fan. I am just not a fan of split drops. I understand the safe play, but you only play safe when you have got zero confidence in your capability of taking fights. And I think I've highlighted this not once, not twice, but a million times now about Expand. They are not a great team when they play individually. They are a fantastic lethal team when they are together.
Yeah, and this is a team that has a lot of aggression and mechanical prowess within them.
Yes.
They just don't do it enough. They just don't take these chances. Sometimes the opening is very small. And I'm starting to wonder, could it be just a Group BC thing?
I mean, I'm very sure Expand is listening. And there's this saying that is in Bahasa Melayu, right? And of course, we will translate it for you guys in a little bit. Husky will translate it for me in English. Bersatu kita teguh, bercerai kita roboh. You know?
Together we stand, united we stand.
Divided we fall. Exactly. You divide your firepower. I mean, I think Farang was the perfect example for what happens to a team when you divide yourselves on a battlefield. By the way, I have no idea why Farang is still doing that. But I think at a certain point, you need to learn from some of these mistakes. But I think Expand still has got a great opportunity. 4 more matches to come, but we will need to see after a quick short break.
Halo, aku Suzana dari Mob Team. Perasaan seneng sih dapat boya 3 kali karena cuman kita kan yang boya 3 kali di week pertama.
Soalnya tim Indo itu kuat banget kalau early. Jadi maupun tim manapun kalau tabrakan di early ya pasti kalah kalau sama Indo.
Ê, Mod Team, tụi mình đã thi đấu tốt khi đem về 2 booyah. Chắc chắn mình là thành viên bắn hay nhất của team rồi.
Kalau buat tim PE nggak usah terlalu berlebihan deh semangatnya, soalnya tim Indo yang bakalan bawa pulang piala.
Ya hati-hati aja ya kalau ketemu kita di close combat, dan buat tim GD semangat, semoga kita bisa wakilin Indo bareng-bareng.
Ya hati-hati aja buat kalian, soalnya tim Indo di week berikut akan bantai-bantai kalian.
Chơi cho tốt nha. Gặp về các bạn không vào được chung kết đâu. Fire Sports sẽ đem vinh quang về cho FreeFire.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time.
Time to drop into the cold regions of Alpine to see exactly who can rise up to the top. So far in the top 12, 2 teams do not have booyahs to their names just yet, and one of them, surprisingly, is E-Arena, who are not just in the top 12, but they're in the top 5, Husky.
Yeah, speaking about E-Arena, I want to see if they can get 1 point to match up with what they got last week.
No. I specifically talked about no booyahs at all because I want that one phenomenal booyah, their first booyah ever, to be on Alpine.
Oh, right.
Because
They have no booyahs. You are correct.
Yeah, no booyahs and pretty much no showing up on Alpine.
Basically that, right? They have already experienced a sort of a no-show on Bermuda. Maybe the winds change again. Maybe they will now show up on Alpine. And maybe we'll get Alpine the last map and they will show up on Alpine again.
How many times have they played Alpine? 3 or 4 times?
3 times.
3 times. 3 times, 3...
Wait, no, hold on. 4 times. Yeah, 3 times. 3 times. Yeah, you're correct. 3 times.
Regardless, there's an average of maximum 1.5 points at Alpine so far in the group stage. which is not acceptable for a team like E-Arena, who really knows how to put the hurt on some of these other teams. So, I mean, if you're really struggling on a map like this for such a huge team, you know you need to fix it. And hopefully they have done that.
Yeah. And it's fair to say that it's not because of the groups that they're playing in, right? Because both Alpine maps in the first week, they had the experience group A and C, and they didn't get to perform. So I would say that E-Arena, they truly are struggling, and this map itself, and it's a very rare thing because we don't see much teams struggling on specific maps. On this case, the teams that are definitely not struggling are more Team SBTC Esports and Genesis Dogma SF.
Genesis Dogma with 33% top 3 rate. Nothing fancy, but it's still better than some of the other teams that are not being featured here. Let's see if or not SC will be able to continuously climb up, because remember the last time we did check in on them, they were sitting down in that 12th spot. So a lot of hustling needed in here today to make sure they do not get clunked out before we move on into the grand finals. And as the flight path will be revealed to us in a couple of seconds at Alpine, we'll get to see if or not Lady Luck will be on everybody's side. Well, pretty much if you want to drop towards the left-hand side of the map, yeah, she's on your side.
Well, good news is that Forest Red is right through the flight path. Well, what did I say? The flight path cuts right through Forest Red. So Expand is definitely going to drop there. Expand has 2 iterations of dropping into Forest Red. The first one is they split up very wide vertically. The second one is they huddle together in the center of Forest Red. And in this case,
they did it again.
Please do not have a hot drop. No teams have.
Oh, thank God.
A lot of teams respect Expand.
Yeah.
When they drop into Forest Red, no teams challenge them except for Team Flash. Team Flash, for some reason, never lets Expand get Forest Red for themselves. But in this case, once more, they get that location. No contest.
They got kind of lucky with this one, because if you are going to get hot dropped one more time, that's 3 rounds without anything. So at the very least, finally, Expand gets to play a little bit of FreeFire on day number 5 here, because they do not find anyone around their vicinity, even though they do split up. But thankfully, it's not too far away from each other. So even if someone does drop by Forest Red in a little bit, they should be able to recover. E-Arena, on the other hand, the highlighted team, the team that has... I mean, it's an understatement to say that they are struggling on Alpine. They just don't play Alpine, and they have to go up against First Raiders to kick things off. This is going to be fun.
I feel like E-Arena, at this point, they just want to send a message to First Raiders Eclipse, because they have been really putting a hit out on FR.
It'll be fun if they can take all 4 points off of FR now on their worst map.
All right, here we go.
If FR gets the best revenge on them at Alpine, that's a GG indeed.
There might be a chance. Shout out around the corner. Turner saving him. They're gonna just juggle in and out. Shut Up ends up losing that one. Backup did come in. North ends up losing his life, but Shut Up was traded back by Souza. 1-4-1. These two teams duking it out, but look at who is there. SBTC, they have a scout. Neo sees all of this happening. And E-Arena, they back off.
Yep, E-Arena doesn't want to do this. They know their downfall, and that is Alpine. Losing one player in the early get-go is just not how they want to start things off on their worst map. They evacuate, and I absolutely love this decision being made by E-Arena. Just survive for another point of time where you can put up a fight once again. SBTC takes over.
Holy cow.
And Neo drops by to say hello to Souza with a M1014, and that's a fantastic backstab.
You know what the Joker always says? If you're good at something, never do it for free. Oh wait, that's not the quote I'm going for. Well, I'll think about the correct one. Darko does get hand. SBTC losing a member for free in this case. But they do have Neo still watching the rest of FR from the roof, tagging Darko up, but not enough to take him down.
If you love FreeFire, you don't have to play for free. You can become a pro player. I mean, look at these guys. Just circling out there in the open. And I'm very sure some of you guys have got some pretty good feedback for these teams out there as well as to what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong. If you can bring that into a couple of gameplays with a team, you might just be the next ones being shoutcasted by Husky and I. Dark Love backs away. Fantastic blue wall erected with 12 more HP on Nuke. He still pops those nades, trying to get lucky, but Dark Love, he's fully barricaded. Nuke still gets it, but now he's gonna pay for it because he didn't use the medkit. Dian drops by. Does he get taken out? No, Dian's still alive and kicking, and Nuke pays for not using that medkit.
And with 2 members on the ground, PE Sports, they're in a rough spot, but don't cry, gets a good swing onto Izagot. DNP still alive. Nuke ends up bleeding out, but 2E, they are on the back foot, losing 2 members. So PE Sports win this one out.
they will get control of more of that high tier loot. So 2E, they gotta start running. But I would say that for PE, how UK held that, it was insane.
I'm 50-50 on the decision being made, right? You want to play defense or you want to play offense? I guess he bought enough time, but it was for naught, right? You get one, you get traded out. It's not much of an effect, but Expand on the slow approach. Dark Glove gets caught out. Is he going to get eliminated here in this position? X-Roy with the Drogon does spot his back, but no ingress into his position at all. Steffi is popped. No nade is going to catch him just yet. Dark Glove very low on that HP, and X-Roy does punish.
How did the Drogon not knock him? What in the world?
It did clip him. It clipped him pretty
badly. Was it the Steffi? It does reduce explosive damage.
No, it eliminates. There's no damage by the Steffi. If you've got the Steffi pop, those nades just do not affect you whatsoever. But he did step out of the circle from the side of Steffi, so he got clipped by it. He was left with 30 HP. There's an unfortunate situation. He could have gone down.
Yeah, that was definitely a stroke of luck. A bit of luck for X-Roy. He got a free kill. Don't Cry, on the other hand, finds Aras with the RGS 50 himself. And GRC, they decided to drop by to take on PE Sports, but they ended up losing first blood. And this could be a big issue because now they are trapped in that compound effectively. And guess who is at the party? It's Expand. Too fast on the far right flank.
It's very rare that you get to see Too Fast rushing into a battle. Let's see how this one turns out. X-Roy does manage to find one. PE Sports, on the other hand, going up against GRC. Not going looking great for GRC at the moment, but Fire's MKS does get picked up instantaneously by 8 India. As they top their HP right back up, the rest of the team Expand slowly approaches their compound, whereas PE Sports is just going to hang back and wait for that perfect timing. But the circle's going to be torturing all of them at the same time.
For Expand, they are willing to play this because they are closest to the circle, right? So you can try and sneak a couple of kills away. Cobra has revealed himself to the members of GRC, but GRC, they still haven't found a clear way to get out of this predicament. Expand, they're gonna happily tank this damage.
PE Sports, perfect timing. Nobody else executes it the way they do. They don't get aggressive. They just wait for one opportune moment before they step in and take over. And they're looking to do exactly that here as well. One guy's still keeping an eye on them. The rest of the players slowly backing away. They want to play for their lives. Fires MK Drogon. You cannot miss those shots, and X-Roy punishes him with the exact same.
Yeah, just using the time turner to his advantage. Does not allow bullets to pass through from the inside as well after that adjustment. Now, it becomes a double-edged sword if not used correctly. In this case, GRC just losing that one against Expand. But they already sent their members, one of their members away, so they can still keep going in this round. Meanwhile, Vasto Mundo getting elimination number 4 and towards Morph team of all squads.
Close quarters combat, if you pop that time turner, it is just a play of ego between you and your opponent. Who gets to dance better in Free Fire? Who has got the better mechanical movement? And in that situation, we saw exactly who came out on top. But I'm pretty sure a lot of these players, a lot of these pro players will be itching to get a battle like that. They love dancing around those time turners.
No, it looks so fun.
Oh yeah.
It used to be unfun because you just get shot. But people put the time turner down. It is very annoying. Can even block grenades, right?
Yeah.
Such a versatile tool. Vasto Mundo now bearing the full force right into Morph team, losing 2 members. Susanna with a nade from afar, but Crusher was able to get the exchange back. Good trade from Vasto Mundo. Kojak gets brought back up. Nunes goes for the swing. Kojak goes down again. And they will also find Macau. Vasto Mundo puts one on the board. Pew is going to come in and try to ambush them. And actually gets 2. Not like this, Vasto Mundo. Don't let Pew go in. There's a gap in the glue wall. Nunes somehow brings Blazer 10 back up in time, but Pew has more health than Blazer 10. He has more than enough to end this. A nightmare for Vasto Mundo. It just does not seem to end, AJ. Pew might win this with a clutch.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing, but in the meantime, there's more action out there on the battlefield. FW takes on MGE. 6 eliminations already for the Magic Esports squad, and they look like they are almost at the very edge of eliminating FW, and they do exactly that with a fantastic snipe out of Saming from afar. That Woodpecker does sting.
8 kills so far.
Oosh.
And the worst part is that Pew was able to get Koja and Pew, 2 members alive. I mean, you can say the same for Vasto Mundo. That should have been over long ago.
Yeah.
Morph team surviving is bad news because now the fight continues. Blazer 10 Oh, Barry salvaging that with the Charge Buster. This surely has to be a secure kill, but more team with just heroics from Pew. They get to play this round a lot longer.
One more survivor, he's backed out of here. The rest of the team members of Vasto Mundo all get purchased right back. A pretty impressive fight out of Vasto Mundo in the old grand scheme of things in comparison to some of their previous plays within the week. Izagod, not so much of a god in that fight against First Raiders. Darkor manages to nail him down, and Steffi popped right behind, but nobody steps into the circle. From afar, Nero gets one with the Scar. Darkor down and out of the equation already. Souza super low. He has to back away, and now PE Sports taking command of this next circle.
You say they take command, but they are taking bullets from Expand. As X-Roy and Exo take out both Don't Cry and Nero, the two strongest players on the side of PE. And X-Roy, he has 5 kills, AJ. This kid is waking up for sure. New K catches Queen of 9 with an easy one with the Trogon. Backup coming in though. New K needs some time to get the health back. Has the info right now, but has no time to patch himself back up. Tough spot for him to be in.
This is a punishing circle, but having 4 medkits on you will allow you to tank it for a little bit, but you cannot allow the next ring to be reached, because that's where it's all game over for you if you do not start moving right here, right now. DNP super low on that HP, but the Mac 10 allows him to take Dark Love out of the equation. But there's another player heading straight towards his vicinity, and it is the one and only Izagod. Failed in the earlier skirmish, but this time around, he's not looking to drop the ball. Nuke from afar will back him up with the Trogon. Switched into a launcher, and Izagod still manages to get the drop onto DNP. So now it's a 1v1 between Nuke and Izagod, and Nuke gets bagged! Unfortunately, Dian shows up to back Izagod up, and 2E are the biggest winners.
Finally, PE gets stopped just for a while.
Yeah.
After, what, 5 massive rounds, they finally get humbled just a little bit. And that's good for 2E. Now they get time to revive their teammate. Coach actually gets knocked out by the play zone of all things, but Magic Esports will have to deal with SPTC. And after that, you also have Genesis Dogma watching all of this unfold. E-Arena on the other side of the bridge.
Very crowded compound here. And it looks like Expand's going to be sitting this one out as they are on the opposite side of this river. Vasto Mundo dropping by to say hello to everyone. Not a great timing, boys. Cobra finds Pew out of Morph, eliminates him instantaneously as well. Dian, on the other hand, finds a player from the side of First Raiders Eclipse. And the Genesis Dogma team, they go head toe-to-toe with Vasto Mundo. But they back away for a couple of seconds as they get tagged up by MGE at the same time. Fantastic decision by Dogma.
I mean, Vasto Mundo, they backed off, and this actually allowed E-Arena to chip in as well. And look at this, GD getting punished. MG are like, all right, hasta la vista, baby. You don't want to deal with this one. We are going to shoot all the way into that safe zone.
Yep.
As Limit gets rid of Borges. Genesis Dogma SF suffering severe damage thanks to Vasto Mundo and E-Arena. But MGE, they are going to show up on the radar of Vasto Mundo. You also have, I believe, the SPTC somewhere in the building. And here they are, pushing into GD, looking to clean things up. Artemis with the Trogon in hand, breaks the glue wall. Yoss getting absolutely blasted, turns the corner, finds Kiki. 2 members of GD already out.
What? What gave SPTC a new breath of life in this competition? They are playing like they are hot. They finally ignited that little bit of a flame. Vasto Mundo now just on the opposite side of this road. Both teams want to get across this bridge. Question is who will be able to do that, with E-Arena especially waiting on the other side of it.
They are pressuring the members of SPTC as well. Crusher doing a lot of that work. But E-Arena, they are going to have a lot of good time to work with. A lot of good targets to shoot at. You can say the same for Magic Esports, who flew into the circle as 2E arrive on a race car. Expand on that northwestern side. They're going to slowly walk in as well. Have an arsenal to top up their weapon. That is the best case scenario. And now SBTC mounts the full offense against Vasto Mundo. Both Neo and Han attack really low. Artemis also. Brian gets knocked down. Vasto Mundo, are they really going to win this though? They have lost 2 members, unfortunately. You can say the same for SBTC. Vasto Mundo, one of them has to go down. while that was happening, Morph team ends up getting knocked out by Expand.
E-Arena's just waiting patiently for someone to make it across so that they can take these pot shots and pick up more of those elimination points. Vastomundo and SE, they both understand exactly what's happening, so they're just going to slow things down. The circle's not going to allow them to survive long, though. Protete out of the equation. No vending machine around E-Arena, so they need to deal with the loss of that one player. SBTC still has got one right behind. I believe that guy just got brought right back in with a vending machine, so he's going to have a gun on him. But can he take out another player from the side of E-Arena as GD gets blown up?
Yeah, SBTC also eliminated. E-Arena taking so many free shots at these two teams. The circle, very fair to all these squads. Straight in the smack in the middle. Vastomundo, one last survivor. Expand, a clear road towards the circle. And I believe we have seen this situation before. It's deja vu for Expand. One boulder, open ground, and multiple teams.
They are on the edge of the circle. They do not need to travel all that too much to find this next safe spot. But the last time they were caught in a situation like this, the mistake made by Expand was they moved too slow. Let's see if they have learned from that, because the circle has started moving. E-Arena, the first one's there. And I believe 2E is going to get punished by E-Arena. Multiple ice grenades thrown up. Grenade response comes back through. Shut Up climbs on up. Izak gets knocked down onto the ground. And Dian gets eliminated by Orgus as well. The Bison of all things popping out of nowhere.
I mean, E-Arena, Shut Up just ran up the stairs into two guys with no regards for his life.
Nice setup.
Into a Trogon and still won. And this is the movement you want to see from Expand, taking up the space. MG have a full squad, EA only have 3, but Expand have full control of the circle just because they were there first. But the circle, again, wants this to be a fair fight. And Expand, they are the first one to make that move.
I love
that top side.
I love the attacking move coming through from Expand here, but Xroy cannot get too excited. He cannot move away from that boulder. He doesn't need to. Hopefully he's not out in the open. He does secure the elimination onto Donbu, and that is just going to annoy MGE a tad bit. But MGE will not have much time to think as E-Arena storms the front. Xroy from outside changes the Trogon into a blaster, launches a couple of grenades in, and the glue wall melters will be thrown out by Xroy. E-Arena now needs to deal with this. Limit gets clipped. Cobra on the outside alongside Too Fast as well. And this is the more opportunity for yet another booyah out of the Malaysian squad.
Yeah, EA, they're all trapped on the second floor. Look at all the glue walls put up, and Expand clusters thrown out as well. Limit getting pushed beyond the edge. Xroy finds that kill. Shut Up tries to get the Alvaro cluster to damage Expand, but that's just not gonna work. Roy, he's just gonna run right up. Expand looking for the booyah. And finally some recovery in this round 3 on their best map.
Bersatu kita teguh, bercerai kita roboh. You cannot start the game where you're going to be losing 1-2 players from the side of Expand, but if they are all alive and kicking with the capability of looting, they will be walking away with a booyah on the map that they love the most. Alpine most definitely belongs to Expand. Fantastically executed. And the Malaysian squad will make sure that this is not the final one. The third booyah of the group stage for them.
They can fall on other maps, and they do fall on other maps, but there's one thing you can't take away from them is the performance on Alpine.
Yeah.
The same map that got them into FFSI. And that was the same map that prevented them from not qualifying to FFSI and not becoming the champions of MCPS. So many things going on, and Expand once more proving why Alpine is their kingdom.
And this was, I was very nervous for Expand when they first did take that drop. They once again split up. Not the kind of situation I want to see Expand get into very early on in these games. Yes, Xroy does split away from them, but that's usually an execution that you do find Xroy making towards the ending parts of the game, where he's covering the team from afar, which he executed perfectly in that final circle. In the previous matches, you saw him doing that, but he had nothing, no loot. You're not going to walk away the victors like that. And Expand clearly learned from all of that, but they got lucky that they didn't get hot dropped here.
Yeah, and the only team that has done that didn't respect Expand's Forest Red drop is Team Flash, right? And Team Flash, they're not playing today. Expand having a lot more space to breathe. But we also saw how they dealt with Team Flash in week 1. So definitely not a point of concern, not too big of a concern for the boys. But
I love how they dealt with E-Arena.
Oh, yes.
Yes, they did just get out of the engagement against MGE, but they had a defensive position. And the fantastic play by Xroy, glue wall melters first, the rest of Team Expand approaches the compound that the players of E-Arena were in, and they don't just run in there with their glue walls. You can see those nades being tossed. Clusters are being tossed. Nades through the window. All of that is suppressing Team E-Arena, keeping them away from that window. And now you force them into a tight little corner. You storm the front. You blast them out of the seat and get the booyah for yourself. Very aggressive play from Expand.
And when we started this day, I think their standings in the overall leaderboard wasn't the best, but they have a pretty solid position, right? Considering they only played 2 days off the group stage before today. But can you imagine if Expand makes it to the Grand Finals? This is the first time a full Malaysian team has qualified for any Grand Finals of a FreeFire international event. MCPS has done it once as a region, but that was AB Radicals last year. Expand missed out by 1 position, and I believe by 7 points. Thanks to Team Flash, thanks to RRQ. Well, guess what? Now they are ever so close, and they just got to keep this performance up.
I know they're going to be able to execute this based on this one play, based on a couple of phenomenal plays that we have seen already. Once again, this is the 3rd booyah that they are picking up. They have proven time and time again that they can get the job done.
Cow.
But the only problem is with just some of those decisions being made at the very start of the match. No teams will be able to really recover 100% when you're gonna lose out players. And when your MVP himself is gonna be the first one to get taken out, you know you're gonna be on the back foot. This time, it did not happen to Xroy. 9 eliminations. This proves the concept that this team should just stick together.
Yeah, and they even had one round where they bring Suez in and they bench EXO, right? And that one also didn't work out. So they were like, you know what, we're gonna play with our main lineup again. And boom, it worked on their best map. The setup, very straightforward. Homer, A124, and Steffi. And can you believe it? Xroy had 9 eliminations this game.
Yeah.
Absolutely massive.
A super massive round coming through for the guy. I love to see the 4 Awakened Hayatos being run here. You get that extra bit of damage repulsion from this Awakened form of Hayato. Frontal damage reduced by 3%. And that increases for every 10% of HP that you lose. So when push comes to shove, in some of these heated battles, especially in that final circle rush, you know that Awakened Hayato is going to have your back.
27 damage reduction at max. That is crazy. And 90% missing health.
Yeah.
Because Xroy against Steffi, the J-Beeps, Awakened Kelly, Awakened Hayato, and the Evron.
J-Beeps alongside the Awakened Hayato for the extra bit of armor on him. You gotta love it. You've got the Awakened Kelly, you get that extra bit of movement in there as well in terms of your rushing speed. Steffi to protect you. Xroy was beefed up. Arvon to just give you that extra layer of information. 3 times in the game, you get to pop your pet, and the pet gives you the information of all the players around. Okay, not all the players there. At least 4 players within the vicinity.
Yeah, but in these CQC situations, it is considered massive, right?
Yeah.
Trogon once more making it to the top. We talk about the Swiss Army knife concept, right? Well, the AC-80 and the Woodpecker are Swiss Army knives for sniper rifles, right? Mid to long range fights. The Trogon is a Swiss Army knife for close range fights.
Yeah.
Now we got a best of both worlds. Let's take a look at the match standings after map 3. 28 points for Expand. Magic Esports coming in second with only 19. So this is definitely a landslide for Expand.
I want to see it, but I want to see superb consistency. I think they're still testing out some strategies before heading on into the final play across 3 days at the Grand Finals. But it's a little bit too close for comfort because when they were trying to achieve this booyah, they got pushed down to the 10th spot already. That's not a fun place to be in.
Definitely not. I mean, Vasto Mundo did admirably well, right? 16 points off of this round. As the current standings off of 3 matches that we've seen, PE Esports in the lead with 54 points. And that's with a no-show on Alpine. So phenomenal performance so far. Magic Esports with 50, E-Arena with 41, and Expand off of 1 massive round shoots up to 4th place to tie up with First Raiders Eclipse.
And this is what the team is capable of. Hopefully we see more. First Raiders Eclipse, not the greatest of day of play for them, but we know exactly what they're capable of on the overall leaderboard. They still are one of our champions. But towards the bottom, Vasto Mundo, Morph Team, GRC Aphrodite, the team that is going to be in the most unfortunate of situations here is GRC. They were the only team within the group that was not in the top 12. And it seems like they're not making a move from the bottom.
And I mean, Vasto Mundo is performing way better than GRC, right? And it's not to take anything, it's not to diminish what Vasto Mundo has did, but GRC, we discussed about the inconsistency, and it is getting a bit worrying as they have not awakened in any of these rounds. We have 3 more to come. We'll go for a break and come back to Nextera to see if GRC Aphrodite can bounce back.
สวัสดีครับผมเมจิกดนบูกัปตันทีมเมจิกอีสปอร์ตตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตความสามารถพิเศษสามารถข่มเพื่อนทุกคนในทีมและผมพร้อมจะข่มพวกคุณจำไว้ไอจะขยี้ยูให้แหลกถ้าถามถึงชีวิตส่วนตัวผมก็ดีนะแล้วผมพร้อมจะซัดพวกคุณให้ยับเลยส่วนนี้คือเมจิกคาเวนถือตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์และแอคแท็กเกอร์ในคนเดียวกันมันมีงานไอเล็กคือชอบไปเที่ยวมีฉายาสุดเฟี้ยวคือสุนทรภู่ชอบแต่งเรื่องแต่เล่นเกมเก่งนะครับผมจะบอกให้และคนถัดไปคือเมจิกวัสนาเป็นทั้งชาร์เจอร์และแอคแท็กเกอร์เหมือนกันไอหมอนี่เป็นคนติดแฟนแบบรักแฟนที่สุดในโลกชอบพร่ำเพ้อพรรณนาถึงแฟนจนต้องตั้งฉายาให้มันว่านักกวีส่วนไอหมอนี่ก็คือเมจิกสมิงอยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์งานไอเล็กของเขาคือการสักลายถ้าไม่อยากตายก็เข้ามาแต่ฉายาน่ารักนะเรียกได้ว่าสมิงโก้ส่วนคนสุดท้ายคือเมจิกเอ็กซิสตำแหน่งซัพพอร์ตแอคแท็กเกอร์มีงานไอเล็กชอบขายของช่วยพ่อแม่ฉายานักกวีดีเด่นแถมแต่งเรื่องเก่งกว่าคาเว่นทั้งยังเล่นเกมแมตช์นี้ได้เก่งกว่าใครเขาพร้อมจะชนทุกคนทุกสนามพวกเราเมจิกพวกเราทุกคนเปรียบเสมือนมังกรยิ่งใหญ่และฟาดได้ไม่ยั้ง
Halo, aku Suzana dari Mob Team. Perasaan seneng sih dapat boya 3 kali karena cuman kita kan yang boya 3 kali di week pertama.
Soalnya tim Indo itu kuat banget kalau early. Jadi maupun tim manapun kalau tabrakan di early ya pasti kalah kalau sama Indo.
Ê, Mod Team, tụi mình đã thi đấu tốt khi đem về 2 buja. Chắc chắn mình là thành viên bắn hay nhất của tim rồi.
Kalau buat tim PE nggak usah terlalu berlebihan deh semangatnya, soalnya tim Indo yang bakalan bawa pulang piala.
Ya hati-hati aja ya kalau ketemu kita di close combat, dan buat tim GD semangat, semoga kita bisa wakilin Indo bareng-bareng.
Ya hati-hati aja buat kalian, soalnya tim Indo di week berikut akan bantai-bantai kalian.
Chơi cho tốt nha. Gặp về các bạn không vào được chung kết đâu. Fire Sports sẽ đem vinh quang về cho FreeFire Việt Nam. Yeah!
bermain bagus dengan bermain agresif, mencari kill dan placement yang banyak.
有我们有信心，然后我会带着我的团队在下一周拿到更高的排名，然后我们一定会晋级。
สำหรับสัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมานะครับพวกเราก็ทำได้ดีแล้วนะครับแต่ว่าสัปดาห์หน้าพวกเราก็จะทำให้ดีกว่าต้องไปแก้ไขเรื่องการไฟต้นเกมให้ดีกว่านี้ครับ
Saya sebagai kapten merasakan kelima-lima player expand perform.
Back up again, Vice gets that long shot. Yufa should be able to take this jump shot up, spots him, and it is gonna be expand with the booyah.
Tapi sayangnya LGDF ni mereka tak konsisten. Jadi jangan sia-siakan slot invited.
知道我们会送免回大厅。
To LGDS, Huya.
加油加油加油！
Buat Magic Squad jangan senang dulu, baru 2 kali gue kalah di map itu. Di week kedua nanti gue bantai lo pada.
ก็สะใจดีครับแต่เดี๋ยวแมตช์หน้าผมจะเอาอีก
First Rider Eclipse. Burung selalu lari bila didekati. Jadi hati-hati dengan ulah kobra kami.
Biasa aja sih, soalnya yang meragukan itu pasti yang lebih bawah sih.
ฝากถึงทีม X-Pan หน่อยนะครับผมมีอะไรจะบอกเมียวเมียว
Kepada Magic, miau miau, oh wek wek.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's
Alpine is still the snowy kingdom of Expand as we head into Nextera, an urban jungle, to see where these teams stand. My favorite litmus test, you're here with me, my name is Husky, and alongside me is the Mustachio AJ, and you brought up a very good point of discussion during the break, which was more team. What happened?
Well, I am starting to see a trend now. Whenever they get the opportunity to say a few words, some teams talk, and then very quickly we find out that they shouldn't have talked so much.
Is it a trend that whoever gets broadcasted just doesn't have a good day? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not blaming anyone. It's
Nah.
just a coincidence.
Jokes aside, they're having a terrible day, but every single day of play, you're gonna have some winners, you're gonna have some losers. I'm just happier to see I mean, Morph Team just unfortunately is the loser this time around. Vasto Mundo doing even better than them. That's fantastic.
I think having losers is one thing, but constantly being the same losers, that is concerning. Vasto Mundo having a nice day. 3 more rounds for them.
Yes.
Not much time left, but it's good to see that the players are still in high spirits. In fact, I would dare say that their backs are so against the wall. We're seeing them being more aggressive. We're seeing them taking more fights. We're seeing them winning those fights and getting decent average points every single map. And let's see if they can do it again on Xterra, because they gotta face off against these 3 titans that we gotta watch out for. Magic Esport, Expand, and First Raiders Eclipse.
But guess what? The team that has picked up the most number of points on Nextera so far throughout the group stage is actually Team Morph.
That is surprising.
It's surprising, and it's also a blessing, because this is the map. This is the place that Morph Team gets to make a difference within the day. They have bombed out 3 games. That's all fine and dandy. But this is the map they know their way around. This is the map they've picked up a total of 30 placement points and 29 eliminations. That is the most in comparison between the 2 groups that are in play today.
Absolutely. And when you look at it as well, today is the only day that we have 12 teams playing, right? More opportunities, but that means it is a lot more chaotic. Yesterday when we played Nextera, it was one of the more brutal circles. We went all the way to Intellect Center where Evo's Phoenix ended up getting that booyah. So today, if it's anything like you mentioned, AJ, I want to see more team kind of strike that booyah again. For PE Sports, Hong Ang stops in, DNP will take sidelines for this map.
Genesis Dogma backs away, and they might just come across Vasto Mundo a little bit later on, but Nero is getting very, very cheeky as he spreads far away from the rest of his team members of PE Sports within Decker Square, and he's going to be dealing with a player from the side of Genesis Dogma. In the meantime, Expand, once again, they go in for the split, but they send Axel out alone this time around.
Look at topside, look at Intellect Center, high tier loot zone, 2 teams crashing in. FR is there. I think the other one is MGE. GRC in the meantime was able to find a first blood onto 2E, and this fight is going to be crucial for both teams, especially for FR, who hadn't really had a good day overall compared to MGE. And a high tier loot zone is a very important place. Needs to get those early resources. Saming keeping Souza pinned down.
Dark Love, early revival onto Izagon Wasana. It will be a good shot from afar. Dark Hole down on the ground. Lozzie tries to keep him behind those glue walls as well as Time Turner, but he does have a little bit of backup. Craven and Donbu both down on the ground. Saming has got no way to lend a hand in this sort of a situation, and MGE just getting burned, but Wasana stands up, knocks Lozzie down to the ground. It's a 2v2 that FR can now survive.
And Saming was able to buy Craven back as well, so Magic Esports have the numbers to work with. FR doesn't seem like they have a way out, at least not for Souza, who is isolated, trying to do as much ship damage as possible to the members of MGE. North from afar actually clips Craven in the hit. There might still be a chance. Souza takes on Saming, wins that one with the Trogon. This could be the turnaround that FR are looking for. Wasana gets the knock onto North, and now Wasana clutches! 4 kills for him!
Wasana out of nowhere dispatches of him. Fantastic play. MGE survives. First Raiders, they fight the dust. GRC, on the other hand, doing fantastic this time around. 2 players still alive, but they've managed to clear out Farmtopia.
2E lucky to have still have 1 member walk away.
Yeah.
SSBTC, well, I say 2E, they just got knocked out by Morph Team. Unfortunate.
Axel is a guy who can handle these 1v2, 1v3 situations, so they do finally group right back up. Still not a fan of that split push coming through from the team, but as long as they do not get hot dropped, they're not going to be paying a high price whatsoever. They do believe that they can still buy these players back even if things do go south. But you know, I just prefer the safe place as far as Expand is concerned. Raz!
What?
Unfortunately gets taken out a little prematurely as Vasto Mundo drops by. Blaze at 10, firing off. And I think this is a compound that Vasto Mundo really loves.
Yeah, they sure do. Them and 2E, but with 2E not around, Vasto Mundo is going to have a field day. And the second kill, Fire goes down. GRC still has a survivor. Lean very far towards the northern side, close to Intellect Center. You have that one revival point quite far away, unfortunately. It's not safe enough for him to go there alone. And you have Arena onto a slower start in this round, not kind of blitzkrieg through all these other teams.
GRC so far has got 5 points, 4 eliminations, and they, even if they do get out in the 10th spot, they do have that 1 point on them, which is still better than the 3 games played so far because they've got a total of 6 points from 3 matches, which is unfortunately worse than Morph, who have 9.
It's a pretty low bar to clear. But it's a good comparison, right?
And they still didn't clear it.
It's a good comparison.
Did he just get tagged by 2 homers?
Yep, 2 homers.
A little bit of a waste of that homer, but you don't get to decide who your homer tags. Just finds the first player within the vicinity.
They do know that Artemis is there now. That they've double confirmed it.
Wow.
Allowing the Exer to get the snipe from afar.
Rotate.
That is going to be a big problem for SBTC. They're also getting hounded on by E-Arena. Or Expand, they surely know that this is happening. Yeah, they're content with it. Now they will take a chill pill as SBTC seeks to evacuate that area. But look at who is on the other side. It's PE Sports. SBTC are trapped.
SBTC between 2 big teams. PE Sports out in the open, and New K, speaking of PE Sports, puts one through the head of Neo, drops him onto the ground. Brian cannot step out of his defense to pull a little bit of a safe play for his friend. Don't Cry on the other side. PE really getting a crunch on SE and taking them right back out to the lobby.
SBTC can't get off the ground also as Nero, while Snipe shut up. E-Arena needs some assistance. The glue wall is going to let August bring his teammate back up, but PE Sports really just keeping that aggression going. And E-Arena, they might be in danger depending on what Expand decides to do. But so far, Expand, they have not made any moves.
And that's fine. I love it when Expand doesn't make any moves early on because that just means they're focusing on their loot, which is going to be very valuable. This is a highly skilled team, but they need their resources to work around with. What did he pop that Steffi for?
I don't know.
I think that was a misclick.
It could be a misclick. It will come back up in time for the next fight. Crusher finding Borges with that grenade launcher. That is a dead man walking. Oh, Vasto Mundo continuing the aggression. I mean, I love this Vasto Mundo we're seeing.
Yeah.
This was the team that did finish decently on FFWS, you know, representing the European region. It's good to see them back in form. The confidence is there. Kiki! What was that? 2 knocks! What? Kiki finds a third! No way Kiki just did that! No way Kiki just did that! All 4 kills onto Vasto Mundo.
I mean, our guy here in the studio was asking any great plays for the highlight reel.
We found 2 today.
We found Kiki. And now Morph Team just backing away ever so slowly as Kiki gets taken out by Morph Team that storms his front. I mean, that's the worst thing that could happen to you, man. You get a highlight play and instantly exit to the lobby as well.
You know what, man? I'm going to take the highlight play and roll with it. You know, that is a win.
We're not going to show how that truly ended.
We're going to show how he ended. It's always about what looks good, okay? we have 2 1v4s today. We have Wasana, who did that. And then we have, Kiki. Drake album sales are going to soar through the roof after that play.
Kiki, do you love me? Kiki loves to play, man.
Kiki does.
Was taking a look at the scoreboard, and guess what? Vasto Mundo now in the 13th spot from absolutely not in a position to make it into the grand finals. Now Vasto Mundo stands a chance. And they have started off great. They do have some big aggressive plays, but they just can't seem to get into the final circle. And this is where I hope and pray they are listening to this broadcast instead of a different one, because I just want them to keep their heads down, get into the final circle, because they can shoot, they can deliver that damage, but they just need to find more placement points.
Their fate is not entirely within their control, right? Because after today, it's up to the Group C peeps to decide who makes it through. Or Morph Team now spamming a lot of those shots towards Decker Square. Surviving long enough. I mean, this is probably the best round that Morph Team has ever played so far today. Top 7, whole squad still alive, 3 points already in the bag.
Like you said, man, low bar to clear. They stood up and they cleared it.
They just cleared it, okay? We're getting there.
You definitely are.
You know which is lower bar? 2 points on Alpine. That bar is that bar is way lower than what we have. I think E-Arena cleared that also.
Talk about E-Arena like that. Good James. Don't cry, has to cry for a little bit as he bleeds out. UK trying to return fire just to keep them a little busy. Don't cry, gets picked right back up. Good recovery coming through from Team PE Sports. But FW is not going to ease off the gas pedal just yet. Expand on the other side. They're going to be pretty decently undisturbed.
And this is the atmosphere that Expand truly likes. It's nothing disturbing them. They can do their own thing. They can wait for the circle to decide what moves that they need to make.
Yeah.
But it also could be a round where Expand comes out on top and have low kill counts, right? It's always kind of this double-edged sword scenario where it's either Expand goes ballistic and gets high amount of kills, or they don't get much. Morph team now runs into MGE.
As long as they don't get taken out in the 12th spot, I'm absolutely fine. Get into the final circle, do whatever you want. Malaysia, boleh. You know what it is.
That is the weakest cheer I've ever seen. You gotta work on that. And Saming works on Koja. And Craven also finds Ma'ao. MGE making quick go of more team at this point. Pew and Susanna not looking too healthy. Susanna down. Pew with 16 HP. Healing back up. Ma'ao gets brought back up. Meanwhile, John Boo doing massive work. Able to bring Craven back up. Ma'ao finds Ma'ao.
Donbu!
Ma'ao finds himself and Donbu cleans them up. Morph team out again.
I mean, Donbu is just popping off with that grenade launcher. You knew he was going to make an impact as he already had those players tagged up already from the rest of his team members. He just needed to pop those nades at a timely moment, and he did exactly that. Fantastic 2 eliminations out of him. And the rest of them, they crash and burn. FR, Wastumundo 2, E and SE, all out. Still do have full squads for MGE, Garci, PE, as well as E Arena. Genesis Dogma, surprisingly, kind of out a little bit too early here.
Does GRC have a booyah? I'm trying to remember.
GRC, I believe they... Let me double check.
Well, you do that.
They don't.
They're getting checked by Gimelo. Just lost one guy.
They have no booyahs. They have not much of a position to play in the top 12 as well.
Only them and E Arena have no booyah so far, I believe, in this lobby.
That's correct. In this lobby, yes.
So Russ does get brought back, but it is still a tough rest of the round to play. 11 minutes in.
SE's in this lobby as well, right?
Sorry?
SE.
SBTC?
Yeah.
They are, but they are out.
Yeah, okay, so...
The remaining teams, right?
3 teams without a booyah.
But for the remaining teams, 2 of them don't.
Yeah.
And one of them is definitely not going to get one because E Arena has just found Expand. All the ice grenades shown up by Potato as E Arena does the classic. I'm going to run at you, but look at the artillery! Finding too fast already. They need to bring it back up quick. There is a gatekeeper. That's going to be Cobra playing bouncer role. That glue wall's not going to stand for long. Exo coming in to provide help. But Nuke spoils the fun by blasting Cobra in the back with that RGS 50. And Expand have just lost their CQC genius. This is going to be a tough fight for them to hang on to.
And it looks like someone else is dropping by to say hello. It is GRC. Leem, followed by 18 Deer. It's going to be those glue wall melters dropped in here by Expand first, but Roy as well as Leem down on the ground. 18 Deer gets taken out as well. Roy expanded by the one and only Shut Up, and E Arena the biggest winners of that skirmish, unfortunately, for Expand.
And this is going to be nightmare for Expand. Chargebuster shut up. Misses that one. Axel only good for 1 though. That is not enough. And Expand is off. Some interference, some intervention from PE Sports, and GRC loses out to E Arena. The hope for E Arena continues.
Luck wasn't there for the Malaysian team, FW. Now as they try to traverse in towards this next circle, they've got a lot of these buildings to use as cover. The question is, are they going to make that right rotation in? Because PE Sports waiting for them, and it looks like they're rotating straight towards the faces of PE Sports. Along the way, GRC will be able to take a couple of shots at them, but it'll be absolutely silly for him to do so. He only has a secondary.
So much info relayed by Hong An just from that long range, and that allows Nuke to snipe Limit. PE Sports full control of this circle right now. Maybe FW can spoil the fun. They're gonna drop by Boon James and Naifan trying to surround Nero, who has a truck and a glue wall to work with, as Aloncorn also starts putting on a bit of that damage onto Nero. Tag 3, grenade flying through. Nero somehow able to get away, but FW gonna run straight into PE Sports, knocking down Nero, prompting Nuke to come in to help as FW breaks that glue wall very promptly. Limit helps out PE by locking down Arloncon. Charge Busters in the hand of the members of PE Sports, and FW getting punished from behind. Nuke getting G-Melo. That glue wall is gonna drop. Nuke getting knocked down as well. Punje with a double revolver of all weapons. as E Arena are smiling from ear to ear, basically racking up free kills.
E Arena aiming for their very first booyah in here. Question is, can they heal themselves up and break through this glue wall to meet the rest of the players from the side of FW who have been supremely aggressive within this round? Boon James from up top, charge buster, but he will get charge busted out of there, back towards the lobby. Protete down on the ground. Recovery is not going to be too tough at all. GRC still alive and kicking, and look at one player from the side of EA all over the other side. He gets punished, taken out of the equation. Protete once again has to recover, and E Arena finally dispatches off FW. This is the first opportunity that looks like the most possible for E Arena to finally pick up a booyah.
Both GRC and PE Sports only have one member left. Raz, he's basically isolated. A 1v1 against Limit. But if you are E Arena, you can't be greedy. You can't lose these isolated fights. And look at what they're doing. They're sending members out to hunt.
No.
This could bite them in the back. Limit gets rid of Raz. That is a good start. Hong Ang now trapped in a 1v3.
That's it.
And Limit knows exactly where it is. Double UAV. That's gotta be it. The first booyah for E Arena. Coming right up. Surf on a hot platter. As Hong Ang reveals himself. Limit goes in for the challenge. Reptile Rhythm connects. Breaks the glue wall. And E Arena finally cashes in on their very first booyah.
I mean, better late than never, man. E Arena, they sure took their time. They are in Group E. It's their final day of play. And in the third last match that they play, they pick up the first booyah of the competition for themselves.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish. E Arena, they finished Nextera strong. And I have no doubt that moving into the last two maps, they will do more than enough to lock in that grand final slot. Tomorrow, they don't have any control over their fate.
Yeah.
But today, they took the reins and they made the most out of it. Today and yesterday, honestly, yesterday got 97 points without a booyah. That is impressive.
That is most definitely impressive. PE Sports, they have been a tad bit more impressive, I have to say, getting to the final circle, almost getting the 6th booyah, the most in the competition. But that kind of got spoiled by both FW as well as the Arena.
So out of 4 maps today, they only have 1 map where they had a no-show.
Yeah.
This consistency is scary if you're PE, right? You look at the past, I believe, 6-7 maps, they only have 1 map of no-show.
Yeah.
And if you're PE Sports, you are very happy because out of those 6 maps, half of it were booyahs. I don't think they're too worried, but of course, for PE Sports, they're always shooting for the stars. In this round, we had 2 impressive plays. One from Wasana, 1v4, but the one by Kiki was more impressive.
It's a shotgun sniper meta down here at the FreeFire SEA Invitationals that's just absolutely obliterating everybody out there on the battlefield. And with E Arena finally getting a booyah for themselves, maybe this is where we see the breakout round from them. But I also want to see another one from PE Sports just for the fun of it.
Sure, I mean, 2 more rounds, maybe they can top it up to 7 booyahs.
If we get another Bermuda, the probability is high. The guys have...
Oh yeah, we're going to Bermuda.
4 Bermuda. 4 Bermuda
out of 5 booyahs.
That is crazy. Out of 5 booyahs, 4 of them at Bermuda. We head back into Bermuda. Boom.
You know what?
Esports shows up again.
We have played 5 Bermuda maps. They have gotten 80% of the booyahs on Bermuda. That is insanity by PE Sports.
It's just crazy, right? The consistency, the dominance on Bermuda by PE Sports is just mind-blowing. And to think this team could handle their own, not just on Bermuda, right? On a lot of these other maps, you see the dominance coming out from them as well. Albeit no booyahs there, but you still do see them picking up some solid points, especially today.
Definitely a premonition, right? They were the first one to officiate the group stage.
Yeah.
With the first booyah on Bermuda. We will take a look at E Arena though for now because they are the true stars of Nextera. And there's one thing I want to talk about E Arena as we have the chance right now. MVP is going to be Limit for eliminations, supported by Protete, August, and Shut Up. This roster, we have seen them before FFSI, one of the most aggressive teams from Thailand, coming into FFSI as the first seed of the region.
Yeah.
But after week 1, I was able to kind of talk a little bit off broadcast about this team, and the representatives from Thailand say that maybe they were struggling because their main member wasn't there. And I had doubts, right? Because I was like, the main member wasn't there. This was the same roster. Something can be done, and they will recover, and they sure did.
And one of the few teams that confidently runs that Skylar and plays it so well. You saw the Skylar being used in that final engagement as well. to take down that player and get the booyah for themselves. It is not how you use the Skylar, but the timing of the execution.
We've seen some massive real-time rhythm, and it's the ability breaking the glue wall on contact is one thing. It is the lingering effect that is the killer in a lot of these fights, right? You can't put up a second layer of defense.
Correct.
And we saw how Limit used that at the very end to kind of snuff out Hong Ang for the booyah, our MVP, the Skylar, you have the Raphael, the Maro, and the Moko, and the Waken Moko. So, and if you get sniped by him, you are dead. There's no recovery from that.
Man doesn't even need to use the R1. And this pet basically just reveals that map. It's such a huge radius. You get to see everyone out there. It's a broken pet.
It is a broken pet. I think you compare Avron to Dreki, to Beaston, to Falco. I mean, Falco isn't even in contention, right? Because that is quite basic. But Avron is so broken.
Dreki, you need someone to kind of patch them up. And even then, it's a maximum of 4 players that you get to detect.
I mean, Avron is so broken that you actually find it a bit tough to find info about this pet. Even online. I had to sift through a lot of data to get to him, and that's how broken he is. He's a hidden technology. Popular weapon though, not so hidden. AC-80, Woodpecker, Trogon again. Nothing much can be said. It's the same thing. Until we see something else, like a katana or a baseball bat. Or class Muay Thai fist.
12 for a total of 24 for E-Arena in this game. The first booyah, and they are absolutely delighted by that, I'm sure. The consistency continues out of Magic Esports, picking up a total of 15 points for themselves in the second spot. FW Esports shows consistency alongside PE Sports, 14 and 13 accordingly. GRC finally putting some points on the board.
Oh, finally, 12 points. Breathing some life into them. Thankfully, today is the second last day. They still have a chance to make a recovery, but this is not what you want if you are GRC Aphrodite, sitting in 11th place with 18. The only team worse than them is the third seed of their own region, Morph Team with 17. But Morph Team are in top 12. PE Esports still in first place, 67 total points. My goodness, with E-Arena coming in close, 65 in second, tied with Magic Esports. But look at the gap between Magic Esports and Expand. That is a 25-point gap.
And if they did not throw away the first 2 rounds, that gap would not be that. And we have seen a day where Expand was just on fire, where Expand could really rise up to the occasion and pull away a massive number of points. And all of those rounds were safe plays. All of those rounds were mixed in with a little bit of aggression as well, but not with the early drop and the split. Once again, they are getting very lucky if they don't get caught out in the initial drops. But whenever it is a hot drop, it's a done deal.
Express still have a chance to make something happen. They are recovering slowly, bit by bit. We'll head to Bermuda next after this break, so don't go anywhere. More FreeFire action coming up.
สวัสดีครับผมโปเตเต้กัปตันทีม E-Arena ชีวิตผมดีมากอยู่แล้วไม่มีอะไรคิวมากมายผมเป็นหน่วยจู่โจมของทีมและชอบสร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้กับเพื่อนๆวันว่างๆผมชอบไปเที่ยวชิลๆชมบรรยากาศแล้วก็ชอบกินต้มยำกุ้งด้วยส่วนนี้สมาชิกทีมของผมนี่คือ EA ออกัสตัวเต็งตำแหน่งแอคแท็กเกอร์ของทีมมันชอบโม้ว่ามีสาวมาติดเยอะทั้งที่จริงๆมาเล่นเกมกับผมทั้งวันพวกเราเรียกเขาว่าอ้วนซ่าบ้าพลังคนนี้คือลิมิตเขามีคติประจำใจอยู่ว่าอยู่นิ่งๆ
Something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Fire SEA Invitationals with Husky and the Mustachio as your casters. And we, at this moment, are contemplating whether or not we want to rename Bermuda to the home of PE Sports.
I haven't thought of a name yet, but I will
That's the
think of
name,
something.
the home of PE Sports.
The home of PE. So no, that's too generic. It has to be something more. It has to add more oomph to it.
Dude, home of PE Sports is hope.
Home of PE.
See, you can't prepare that. You cannot script things like that.
Okay, that was actually
Just
good.
rolls off.
So there is hope for PE Sports on Bermuda.
Yeah.
I'll come up with a better tagline by the end of this, but we are off to a great start. And we're going to go back to Bermuda.
Yeah.
PE Sports might get a booyah again.
And this is the final Bermuda they will play.
Potentially.
If the randomizer does not bring us into Bermuda again.
Yeah.
But if it does, and they do get this Bermuda, and they get the next Bermuda, holy mama. That's hope.
That is hope.
That is hope.
They are the only
That's
team
hope on overdrive.
only team who are tied with Evo's Phoenix in terms of numbers of booyahs, right?
Yeah.
Evo's Phoenix have 5, PE Sports got 3 out of the 5 of 2 days. And of course, you have PE Sports again, one of the teams to look out for on this map. Genesis Dogma SF and First Raiders Eclipse are also on the list. But I would say PE Sports are the must-watch team.
Yeah, surely. If you do not watch them, they'll give you a reason to watch them. But hopefully we're not cursing them, all right? I think they've had a fantastic run at Bermuda so far. It will be absolutely heartbreaking to hype them up and then they bomb out in the 12th spot because GRC decides to take them out.
Honestly, sometimes I tend to forget that PE Sports was once MDH, right? The growth of this team was so huge. They felt like a complete different squad.
Yes.
But then when you look at the humble beginnings of these 4 members, of these 5 members, my God, they have grown a lot.
Flight path, observatory all the way down towards Cape Town. Full map will be open for access. Every single team can drop into a pretty safe spot without getting into some early skirmishes. But of course, that's in the best case scenario. You know, it's not always going to be best case scenario here. SE or Wastomundo is going to make a horrible mistake. In fact, both of those teams make a horrible mistake. They drop on each other within observatory with E-Arena just beside them at Graveyard. So things are pretty much going to go south, potentially for one or both of these teams.
SBTC, you were asking me where's SBTC, right? Because they haven't shown up too much.
Yeah.
But Vastomundo is causing them a bit of a problem. Both teams trading one member for now. Neo looking for the second. Was able to get himself a pretty decent weapon, honestly. E-Arena showing up again, AJ.
And this was anticipated. Oh, First Raiders dropped by to say hello as well. I guess everybody's hungry for some eliminations in this matchup. Let's see if or not it is E-Arena or First Raiders that walks away the biggest winners here, because now they have stepped between Wastomundo and SE.
Limit getting sniped from afar. It's not doing well. SBTC showing some resistance. Shut up. Fearless as always. runs
Both
right
of them
into
get taken out.
SBTC. And Potato also chasing after Neo. What is this, SBTC? You can't just start a fight and run away like that.
Oi, oi.
The launch pad, Neo. Oh, Brian! Oh, what a save! Nicks Potato in the back. And Shut Up couldn't follow up with that. I mean, Brian's saving his team, and he's like, oh boy, I'm out. And Shut Up, yeah, you're not gonna get this.
Yeah. Arena thought they could get a hot drop onto these two teams that were popping up against each other. First Raiders thought the exact same thing. And both of the top teams punished instantaneously. And this is a ego challenge now. Shut Up just wants to get them.
You know, we spend so much time wrecking our brains, figuring out what to call Bermuda. Our good friend, D, Tommy, is very easy.
Tell me.
It's PE Muda. Bermuda. I have to admit it wasn't the greatest, but...
It's a terrible one, D.
But I don't want to lose my job, okay?
It's a terrible one.
It was a great one, D. Awesome. You're better than AJ. 100%.
No.
Better
You
than
gotta
AJ.
sleep on that one, D. You gotta sleep on that one. You gotta think about it.
10 out of 10. You get the win.
That one should have been a mind voice kind of moment, D.
No. Intrusive thoughts, okay, AJ? Play with me. Play along with me. You want to get fired, AJ?
First Raiders up on top this time. Not on top of the world, just on top of the building. Catch Crusher. Crusher's obviously going to get crushed because he's the only one within this compound. Lozzie finds him, puts him on the ground. AK-47 pops off. And First Raiders getting a little bit of revenge there.
Arena was able to bring both Potato and Limit back. SBTC, what are you doing there? Why is SBTC? I suppose Arena caught up to them as we see 2 already knocked out very early on in this game. And Limit was able to catch Neo. Shut Up gets knocked out. Potato comes in for the one-to-one trade. Well, SBTC ends up losing that one.
I mean, what in the world was SBTC thinking about? I mean, you won that initial one. You punished the Arena for dropping into your compound. You be happy and walk into the final circle.
I have a feeling that Arena chased after them.
No, they did. And then one guy got revived and he dropped right in between the players of E-Arena.
Honestly, this is something that only E-Arena, like they play with vengeance as a motto, okay? Like if you damage them, they are gonna chase you to the ends of the earth.
Except if you're an Alpine, then
it's different because they don't get to chase you if you wipe them out, okay? You need to, someone needs to deliver a message. You don't shoot the messenger, as they call it. Well, SBTC have been on the run.
Cargo wants a little bit of revenge as well. He went for SBTC earlier. Guy got taken out prematurely. And now he's hunting down.
I don't think he has anything.
But North gets knocked by Limit. E-Arena out of nowhere.
Hey, what's happening? What? Oh, while Darko was sightseeing, his team is getting ripped apart.
Souza! He's got the Drogon. Gets one launcher. 2 launches.
Okay, misses. Steffi. There's a Steffi there. Protecting.
Potato.
North is back up also. Potato is looking for him. The Homer drone is going to slow him down.
Drops by.
Turns the corner. Time turner. Souza 1v1. Shut Up puts up the glue wall. Shut was able to get North on the other end. Again, Souza needs to save him. Takes Shut Up down. Potato comes in, cleans him up. What a weird interaction.
Dude, this whole match has been weird so far, man. The guy who went down early is the only one alive, and he's still looking for the slay onto SBTC. He's gonna get a little bit of revenge, but he finally smartens up. He's like, okay, all right, enough mucking around. I need to play revival mode now.
He's lucky that SBTC are not the vengeful type. If it's E-Arena, they would have run him down. It's Expand runs straight into one GD member, and they get him out.
And I like the position held on by the sniper on the side of Expand. X-Roy! You cannot do that!
What? What are you doing?
Does it get taken out? Good one. Riptide Rhythm comes through. Cobra in a lot of trouble now.
Oh, a bit of a misstep, honestly. I think a lapse of judgment from Expand. That was very, very careless from Roy. Now, the advantage that they got for themselves completely eliminated. And once more, EXO. We know that he always plays from afar. And that is a good one on Borges. GD was about to mount a full-scale assault, but EXO stopped it.
I know what Roy was trying to do. He wanted to get the flank on the players on the side of Genesis Dogma. So you've got a 3-way pincer towards this Indonesian squad. That just went a little south. The vehicle does take a while to get its speed up, especially if you're going uphill. Pretty much doesn't speed up. It just stays there for 10 seconds, waiting for someone to shoot at you.
Don't worry, guys. Kiki is still alive.
Kiki, do you love me? Yep. Everybody loves him except Expand right now. Yusuf will be trying to back him.
Oh my
Kiki
God.
goes down. Axel, what? With the M82B from nowhere, takes the guy down.
That was a kill steal. Cobra did all the hard work and Axel just sneezed at him. They're looking for yours also. Well, I say there, but it's FW almost taking yours down.
One more shot.
He's gonna drive into the sunset, into the blue zone.
Medkit patches himself right back up, and he's gonna go out, tank the blue to find a revival point, and I believe he is on the way to do exactly that. Yours is literally flying out of view from our map here.
He disappeared.
He disappeared.
He's there.
He's like, I'm out of here.
I think we saw this example yesterday by E-Arena also. There was a map. Was it? It was either Nextera or a Bermuda map where they had to play this very late revive. It always feels really bad because you are spending so much time. You're tanking the blue zone. You're using a lot of your med kits, and you're waiting for your teammates to drop down, make sure that they don't get shot, and they have to pick up equipment again. So it's safe to say that for GD this game, we are not going to see much of them until probably the last three circles.
But I get it, right? Like, the last thing you want to do is run into a compound or a circle that has 11 teams, including yours, of course, still alive and kicking out there. You never know who you're going to find around the corner. Outside the circle, you're probably going to find no one, but you just got to tank Mr. Blue and play your medkits to perfection. The guy had 3 on him the last time you spotted him. Hopefully he finds a few more, but this circle's not really going to punish all that too much yet.
PE Sports that just sent out the UAV. All 4 members of Faster Mundo. They are not shooting that thing. But they are playing in Clock Tower, right? So a lot of areas for them to work around. If they are hiding in the underground tunnel, then sure, not too big of a deal. But Faster Mundo, they're running uphill. Are you really going to take this fight? PE Sports was just about to launch themselves with the launch pad.
Uh-oh. Bargaze, I think his time is up. He's gonna get spotted out. In the meantime, PE Sports, they see the players from the side of Wastamundo. Nero from the black. Blazer 10 needs to move as well. Time turner pops. New K does not get the farmer's execution. Nunes saves himself with a good glue wall as well. How from the back? PE Sports, can he get this? Yes, they do. New K and Don't Cry both get elimination each.
Yeah, that flank is absolutely lethal for Wastamundo. They can't deal with this pincer maneuver. PE Sports have just found 3 members of Vasto. Luka was trying. Nuke even... Well,
he eats his own ice grenade.
Yeah, he was trying to take Luka out, but...
We get it. We get it.
It's fine, it's fine. It happens. It happens. We've seen...
Nothing new about that, Nuke. MGEs. Jumping right back into play here for the circle. 2 players outside. I'm not sure what they're doing, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. Expand. Out in the open. They get tagged a tad bit. Expand. Cobra too fast down on the ground. FW's really going all out for them.
My
MGE
goodness.
on the other side. Oh, this is a GG.
This is a tough one for Expand. Even if they fight through MGE, they still have to deal with the threat of FW.
Yeah.
And if FW sees this happen, I bet you they are going to interfere and take those free kills. Now MGE rushed in with a man advantage already to begin with. Wasana on top of the boulder sees X-Roy. Do they know the Exo is down there? X-Roy getting tagged. Where's your glue wall? He doesn't have any. Exo also goes down. I mean, this is surely the end for Expand, unless Cobra could pull off what Wasana and Kiki did. But against Magic Esports, it's a tall task. Where's our magical kid? We look away. This is too brutal. We're not going to look at this one. Cobra will try. But this is it. Brutalized by MGE.
FW is sitting in the corner thinking, man, we could have gotten that. But they wanted the circle first. Better decision made. Genesis Dogma, on the other hand, they finally lose Bargaze, and it's not even to E-Arena, right? SE takes them out. Dels backs away. SE, 6 eliminations already, going in for the 7th as well, but not in towards Bhima Sakti. They want to circle around towards GRC. It's good, but behind GRC stands E-Arena, so SE might just be running to their obliteration.
You know why that happened? Because they shot at SE early on. Thank you, Darko. I'm telling you, man, karma comes full circle eventually. GD and GRC right across one another. You have SBTZ on the top, coming in to wipe out GD first.
Oh man.
Ross, what a shot from out of nowhere, getting that knock onto hand. SBTC needs to slow down a bit to get hands back up. Dels ducks into the building. And Fire was able to kill off Dells. Neo gets down, but GD eventually gets knocked out.
That's a masterclass on how to not rotate towards E Arena. They will continue to punish 2 players now. Hand gets picked right back up. Brian backs him up, trying to see if he can find Shut Up. In the meantime, they also need to deal with GRC. E Arena slowly backs away as they want to find a safer spot for their play for this next circle. So GRC will need to deal with SE. Protete finds Craven. MGE just want to clear on the way towards the next spot.
And Limit has Wasana in his sight. 2 glue wall melters. That is going to really threaten the MGE. Even at the grenade launcher in hand, Wasana exposed temporarily, but he's also tanking the blue. And Limit, he's just going to back off. This should be an easy takedown. Wasana has no way out. But MG was able to buy the teammates back. Wasana somehow does it. Meanwhile, SPTC against GRC. You see the Riptide Raider behind Raz, getting instantly down. SPTC mowing him through. GRC left with 3.
Sana, good time turner. Look at Limit still shooting at the time. Now this guy, he doesn't give up. Wasana just walks away from all of that without anything but Limit. Still finds him with the LMG in hand. Obliterates him. Fantastic play by Limit. Don Boo's gonna get taken out as well, but he crawls off of the top and he saves himself for the time being. Doesn't give away that elimination point, but E Arena on fire literally with the most number of eliminations. And now the next ones they're looking for is both GRC and SE. In fact, they can take on both of these teams. They send the drone out first, get that bit of information, and here comes the onslaught.
While all of this was happening, PE Sports are nowhere to be seen. This could be a hint for another Booyah. We'll have to wait and see. Grenades thrown out to SBTC territory. They're going to bounce off, blocked by the glue wall as well. But you have SBTC busy dealing with GRC. This is not going to be an easy fight. E-Arena re-rotates, looking for the circle and the high ground with GRC. What a pump 18 deal with the charge buster. Artemis in hand tries to brute force their way onto the second floor, but runs straight into a brick wall. SBTC stood no chance against that.
None at all. And as we see all of these teams popping off against each other, as well as the elimination of SBTC, here comes PE Sports for their 5th Booyah on Bermuda. And SD says it could just be named Bermuda right after this. They eliminate FW, and now they're the only team on this side of the circle. Everybody else dancing the tango on the other side.
Bermuda for sure. Booyah number 5 on the map if they win this, and Booyah number 6 overall. E-Arena feels like the only team that can stop them. I mean, you have more team as well. They've been awfully quiet the entire round, but they're busy in contact with GRC. They're going to wipe out 2 more members of GRC, leaving GRC basically in the dust at this point. And I say that GRC perishes to the blue.
Bermuda Esports checking out more from across. E-Arena needs to be dealt with first. Don't Cry gets that information so far apart from the rest of his team members. One quick nade gets tossed out just to protect Don't Cry. Nero gets Limit out of nowhere. Limit literally just runs straight into that. Argus will try to back him up. In the meantime, he does get picked right back up. Argus takes Don't Cry out of the equation. Now PE Sports with 13 eliminations, 3 players left. They need to clear off. But look at Morph! Morph from the back! They tease EA! And EA now needs to deal with Morph as well. PE can back away from this fight.
Nero will take some time to get out because he's slowed up by the ice grenade and he's taking a lot of that blue zone damage. I'm not sure if Nero has enough health. He might have to just work with 2 other members. He's going to go for it. Nero can't make it out into the open. Potato also gets knocked down in the meantime as Morph team finally shows up. Shut Up with literally 9 health. Still surviving. What is this? Shut Up! Gets another knock with the Trogon. 13 kills. Finally perishes. 2v3 in favor of Morph team. Can they stop PE from claiming this map as their own? Koja around the corner. Nuke and Hong Ang sticking together. The 2 main players have already been eliminated. Nuke places the glue wall. Koja needs to go first. Hong Ang is already down. Koja coming through from behind. Gets knocked by Nuke. But there's 2 more members that he needs to go through. The blue zone is hurting him. He needs more glue walls, but he has already used his last one. This is the final bastion for Nuke, and Morph team knows it. They are going to go for a double stack on this rush. Nuke with a shotgun in hand. Not much health to work with. Cannot do it. Morph team finally wakes up towards the very, very end and gets a Booyah.
Better late than never, but Bermuda just doesn't happen for PE Sports, but still a phenomenal play on the map either way. Mahal the MVP for the very Mahal play. If you don't know Bahasa, it's just expensive.
Close enough. But yes, this was a very quiet round from Morph team, and it's one of the few teams that I wouldn't complain about too much.
Yeah.
This was how they played yesterday. Honestly, throughout most of the rounds, right? Just a very quiet start.
Yeah.
Towards the very end, they swoop in and they kind of clean up the scraps, but it's good scraps. It's decent points.
Yeah. It wouldn't have been possible if they did not take the initiative to rush in towards E Arena and take that opportunity, as E Arena was so preoccupied in that engagement against PE Sports. It was Morph that took that initiative, and that was what really hurt E Arena in that play. It could have just been yet another E Arena booyah.
I gotta say,
booyah.
Yeah, I gotta say, even though E Arena was really pressured, they survived for longer than expected. You know, credits to Shut Up again. This lunatic knows no bounds.
Yeah.
He's like the Joker. He's insane. All you need is a little push, just like gravity.
This was an unfortunate play by Expand. They were punished out in the open. A little surprising to see their movements, but I think they had something in mind. It's just the execution was not what they intended it to be.
Oh yeah.
GRC, on the other hand, they literally rushed in towards the compound of SE, and that fight literally took 3 years to conclude.
Yeah, with SE running into them and losing as they were trying to brute force out the second floor, right? But I mean, shut up. Oh my god, this is one extra point for E Arena.
Yeah.
It really felt like he should have gotten that, but shut up as always. Able to pull out these miraculous heroics towards the very end. Even though New K ends up not being able to clutch this out, PE Sports still got 14 kills, AJ.
I think Bermuda is really their map. They know how to run around. And everything just happens the perfect way as to how PE Sports wants it to happen on Bermuda. This time around, though, that booyah just wasn't possible for them. Outnumbered, they were teased a little bit. Things could have been a little bit different if Morph had interfered a little bit earlier, but either way, not every day is Sunday. In fact, today's Saturday.
Today is Saturday. Tomorrow is Sunday, and
Yes.
they will be taking a break
Following
on Sunday.
Monday.
Yes, absolutely. I thought we had an 8th day, but thank you for correcting me. I was
Sunday's the first day, though. That's something that people have been arguing for the longest of time.
That is something that I can never accept in my entire life. How is Sunday the first day?
Some calendars, man.
Exactly.
Some calendars.
I do not accept that. Monday is the first day. Why do they call it Monday Blues then?
I don't know.
All right, I win.
This is the second day.
we need to brush up on philosophy, whatever that topic is.
Morph Team MVP Ma'al. 2 eliminations. One of those rare moments where you get 2 eliminations and you get called the MVP. But I'm not going to hold it against Morph at all, because they did get that booyah, and this team was struggling a lot today. So high time they finally bucked up. And I mean, overall, in the grand scheme of things, on the overall leaderboard especially, they weren't really doing all that too bad. It's just today just seemed to be a day of slump.
Maybe because tomorrow is Sunday. Maybe, right? And if you are relaxing before Sunday, it means the Sunday is the last day. Anyways,
Skyler double Steffi A1 to 4. Koja tried to pop it, but the problem here is that he brought out that A1 to 4 active a little bit too soon. You really have to play your actives towards that final battle, especially in the last circle already. That was a misplay, unfortunately.
We're seeing Mr. Wagger. First time in a long time. This is the second time we see that penguin. Your favorite pet in this tournament. The first time was like the first day of group stage.
I really love Mr. Wagger, but just because he's cute. His power needs a huge buff.
You have hosted Mr. Wagger before. You have seen how he knows how to play basketball. He's the FreeFire Globetrotter.
He is. Iron's my new favorite pet, though.
Just because he's the most popular one, right?
No, he's an awesome dude. Look at him. He looks menacing. Cute little guy. Handsome at the same time. Scary at the same time.
It's hard to look menacing when you are in tracksuits, okay?
I disagree. M1014. I think that's my top weapon for sure. In the right hands, it's an absolute demolisher of squads. The kind of firepower, close range is just unbeatable. Not even the brain fart moment. No. The M1887. Yeah, even that shotgun cannot keep up with this. Mag 7 totally dropped off the meta. AC80 getting the top #1 spot. Powerful making its way back in here as well. But my personal favorite, M1014.
And that's how Kiki got the 1v4.
Yes.
Sana got the 1v4.
Yeah.
It is really good.
Yeah.
Wow, guess what? PE Sports once more topping the chart after this round. 23 total points. E Arena getting 21. And more team, because they play it very slow until the very end, despite getting the booyah, only has 19 points. But still, for more teams' overall performance today, I take that as a win.
I mean, the fact that PE Sports did get the #1 spot either way without the booyah makes this Bermuda.
Yes, this is Bermuda.
The hope of Bermuda.
The hope.
See, both of us win.
Sure, I will not break this tie. You lovebirds can continue arguing this. PE Sports sits at 90 total points, and I just want to quickly remind everyone that E-Arena had a bad round yesterday on Alpine. They had 5 good rounds and they got 97 points. PE Sports have 1 bad round today and 4 good rounds so far, and they already have 90 points.
What does that mean?
That means that they are performing super good, and there's a chance that they break the record for most points garnered in a day, which is currently 102 held by FR. Bermuda. Nextera. I knew we were gonna get Nextera.
Wow, yeah, of course. So, Bermuda is not gonna be in play. I don't know if PE Sports is gonna be popping off, because the last time we did drop by Nextera, PE Sports took away a total of 13 points, which isn't too bad. They did get that 2nd spot, so they still stand a really good chance.
Yeah, they just need 12 points to tie up with first place Eclipse for the most points garnered in a single day. 13 points, and they break that record.
All they need to do is
in
get
5 rounds.
Not the 9th spot, get the 2nd spot again, but booyah obviously if possible.
If they get booyah, they tie the record without any kills.
But you know, this is a team that is going to be hunting out there. PE Sports surprisingly have been super aggressive.
I want to see if they can break that record. 12 points is the benchmark, 13 points is a new record. We're going to Nextera next after this break. I'm looking forward to it. We'll see you in a bit.
สวัสดีครับผมโปเตเต้กัปตันทีม E-Arena ชีวิตผมดีมากอยู่แล้วไม่มีอะไรคิวมากมายผมเป็นหน่วยจู่โจมของทีมและชอบสร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้กับเพื่อนๆวันว่างๆผมชอบไปเที่ยวชิลๆชมบรรยากาศแล้วก็ชอบกินต้มยำกุ้งด้วยส่วนนี้สมาชิกทีมของผมนี่คือ EA ออกัสตัวเต็งตำแหน่ง Attacker ของทีมมันชอบโม้ว่ามีสาวมาติดเยอะทั้งที่จริงๆมันเล่นเกมกับผมทั้งวันพวกเราเรียกเขาว่าอ้วนซ่าบ้าพลังคนนี้คือลิมิตเขามีคติประจำใจอยู่ว่าอยู่นิ่งๆอย่าขยับเพราะมือพี่จับสไนเปอร์แน่นอนว่าเขาเป็นสไนเปอร์ของทีมเขาชอบบอกว่าทีมนี้พี่แบกเองแล้วจะเล็งให้พวกคุณแพ้เวลาว่างๆเขาชอบดูอนิเมะเป็นประจำส่วนนี่ชัดอัพเป็นตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์ถึงจะอ้วนซ่าพร้อมพาทีมไปคว้าชัยชนะถ้าไปถามอะไรเขาจะตอบว่าให้ชัยชนะมันพูดแทนดีกว่า EA Fixer ตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์กว่าจะนิ่งผมต้องซิ่งมาก่อนชีวิตนี้ผมเกิดมาเพื่อซิ่งแล้วดิ่งไปดูการ์ตูน ทีมของเรามีแต่หน่วยจู่โจม เพราะการป้องกันที่ดีคือการโจมตีดังสโลแกนทีมว่าถ้าไม่บ้าไม่ใช่กระต่ายขั่ง
Halo, aku Suzana dari Mob Team. Perasaan seneng sih dapat boya 3 kali karena cuman kita kan yang boya 3 kali di week pertama.
Soalnya tim Indo itu kuat banget kalau early. Jadi maupun tim manapun kalau tabrakan di early ya pasti kalah kalau sama Indo.
Ê, Mod Team, tụi mình đã thi đấu tốt khi đem về 2 buya. Chắc chắn mình là thành viên bắn hay nhất của tim rồi.
Kalau buat tim PE nggak usah terlalu berlebihan deh semangatnya, soalnya tim Indo yang bakalan bawa pulang piala.
Ya hati-hati aja ya kalau ketemu kita di close combat, dan buat tim GD semangat, semoga kita bisa wakilin Indo bareng-bareng.
Ya hati-hati aja buat kalian, soalnya tim Indo di week berikut akan bantai-bantai kalian.
Chơi cho tốt nha. Gặp các bạn không vào được chung kết đâu. Fire Sports sẽ đem vinh quang về cho FreeFire Việt Nam. Yeah!
Kami bermain bagus dengan bermain agresif, mencari kill dan placement yang banyak.
有我们有信心，然后我会带着我的团队在下一周拿到更高的排名，然后我们一定会晋级。
สำหรับสัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมานะครับพวกเราก็ทำได้ดีแล้วนะครับ แต่ว่าสัปดาห์หน้าพวกเราก็จะทำให้ดีกว่า ต้องไปแก้ไขเรื่องการไฟต้นเกมให้ดีกว่านี้ครับ
Saya sebagai kapten merasakan kelima-lima player expand perform.
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint, P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna give the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we will die for the win. One time we gon' level up, 2 times we ain't gonna stop, 3 times like a loaded and we're ready to hunt. Yeah, it's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot the stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop.
All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they tell ya I'll be coming back? Stronger, faster, like a heart attack. I'll make it known I'm the master. Think that boom boom, need that blaster. What you looking at, huh? We coming for you in the masses. Front row passes, champions want all access.
In, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind.
Bounce it.
วัสดีครับผมโปเตเต้กัปตันทีม Arena ชีวิตผมดีมากอยู่แล้วไม่มีอะไรชิลมากมายผมเป็นหน่วยจู่โจมของทีมและชอบสร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้กับเพื่อนๆวันว่างๆผมชอบไปเที่ยวชิลๆชมบรรยากาศแล้วก็ชอบกินต้มยำกุ้งด้วยส่วนนี้สมาชิกทีมของผมนี่คือ EA ออกัสตัวเต็งตำแหน่งแอคแท็กเกอร์ของทีมมันชอบโม้ว่ามีสาวมาติดเยอะทั้งที่จริงๆมาเล่นเกมกับผมทั้งวันพวกเราเรียกเขาว่าอ้วนซ่าบ้าพลังคนนี้คือลิมิตเขามีคติประจำใจอยู่ว่าอยู่นิ่งๆอย่าขยับเพราะมือพี่จับสไนเปอร์แน่นอนว่าเขาเป็นสไนเปอร์ของทีมเขาชอบบอกว่าทีมนี้พี่แบกเองแล้วจะเล็งให้พวกคุณแพ้เวลาว่างๆเขาชอบดูอนิเมะเป็นประจำส่วนนี่ชัดอัพเป็นตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์ถึงจะอ้วนซ่าพร้อมพาทีมไปคว้าชัยชนะถ้าไปถามอะไรเขาจะตอบว่าให้ชัยชนะมันพูดแทนดีกว่า EA Fixer ตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์กว่าจะนิ่งผมต้องซิ่งมาก่อนชีวิตนี้ผมเกิดมาเพื่อซิ่งแล้วดิ่งไปดูการ์ตูนทีมของเรามีแต่หน่วยจู่โจมเพราะการป้องกันที่ดีคือการโจมตีดังสโลแกนทีมว่าถ้าไม่บ้าไม่ใช่กระต่ายข้าง
Halo, aku Suzana dari Mob Team. Perasaan seneng sih dapat boya 3 kali karena cuman kita kan yang boya 3 kali di week pertama.
Soalnya tim Indo itu kuat banget kalau early. Jadi maupun tim manapun kalau tabrakan di early ya pasti kalah kalau sama Indo.
Mod Team, tụi mình đã thi đấu tốt khi đem về 2 buja. Chắc chắn mình là thành viên bắn hay nhất của tim rồi.
Kalau buat tim PE nggak usah terlalu berlebihan deh semangatnya, soalnya tim Indo yang bakalan bawa pulang piala.
Ya hati-hati aja ya kalau ketemu kita di close combat dan buat tim GD semangat, semoga kita bisa wakilin Indo bareng-bareng.
Ya hati-hati aja buat kalian, soalnya tim Indo di week berikut akan bantai-bantai kalian.
Chơi cho tốt nha. Gặp PE các bạn không vào được chung kết đâu. FreeFire Sport sẽ đem vinh quang về cho FreeFire Việt Nam. Yeah!
Kami bermain bagus dengan bermain agresif, mencari kill dan placement yang banyak.
有我们有信心，然后我会带着我的团队在下一周拿到更高的排名，然后我们一定会进。
สำหรับสัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมานะครับพวกเราก็ทำได้ดีแล้วนะครับแต่ว่าสัปดาห์หน้าพวกเราก็จะทำให้ดีกว่าต้องไปแก้ไขเรื่องการไฟต้นเกมให้ดีกว่านี้ครับ
Saya sebagai kapten merasakan kelima-lima player expand perform.
Back up again, Vice gets that long shot. Tufa should be able to take this jump shot up, spots him, and it is gonna be expand with the booyah.
Tapi sayangnya LGDF ni mereka tak konsisten. Jadi jangan sia-siakan slot invited.
知道我们会送免回大厅。
To LGDS, Huija.
加油加油加油！
Buat Magic Squad jangan senang dulu, baru 2 kali gue kalah di map itu. Di week kedua nanti gue bantai lo pada.
ก็สะใจดีครับแต่เดี๋ยวแมตช์หน้าผมจะเอาอีก
First Rider Eclipse. Burung selalu lari bila didekati. Jadi hati-hati dengan ulah kobra kami.
Biasa aja sih, soalnya yang meragukan itu pasti yang lebih bawah sih.
ฝากถึงทีม X-Pan หน่อยนะครับผมมีอะไรจะบอกเมียวเมียว
Pada Magic, miau miau, oh wek wek.
ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, you dumb. Pushing, show 'em you dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna draw to bitch. Nah. Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me. All that NG extra. They always see me with the hitters.
Sure, leaving the beaners alone. Me with a squeeze, I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beaners alone. Me with a squeeze.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Play games. Play games.
Seventeen teams from 7 regions lit the fire within them as we kicked off the first week of the FFSI 2023 group stage. We saw some of the cleanest plays, the boldest clutches, and the most heartbreaking blowouts. Hailed as the strongest region in FreeFire, the Thai representatives did not disappoint. Well, most of them didn't. E-Arena, the first seed of Thailand, struggled to find the tempo and only managing to collect a measly 73 points by the end of the week, putting them in the 16th spot. On the other hand, despite a bumpy start, the two-time world champions Evo's Phoenix showed that they are still formidable on an international stage by bagging a total of 4 booyahs and grabbing the top spot in week 1. Securing second place, Magic Esports made an impression with their magical debut, especially Saming coming in with his peculiar performances, claiming the week 1 MVP title. Closely following behind, First Raiders Eclipse and Genesis Dogma SF from Indonesia show that they are not to be underestimated, as First Raiders Eclipse show consistency by racking up the exact same eliminations and placement points as Magic Esports, only to be separated by their booyah count. While Genesis Dogma SF had the explosive start and racking up 100 points on day 2. Another noteworthy moment from week 1 would be the 2 vs 4 clutch play from MCPS representative Expand, stealing away the booyah from Genesis Dogma SF on the very same day and proving that they are one of the rising teams, posing a threat to the big name.
Coming up next is the final map, and the next map is called Nextera. It's a horrible intro line. I didn't think it through, but you're here with me, a guy with horrible thoughts. My name is Husky, and alongside me is a guy with nothing but love. I even botched that, but hi, it's Musashi AJ. Last round for Group B coming up. And after this, their fate lies in the hands of every other team.
Absolutely. Now, we do apologize for the extended break that we had to take. There was a little bit of a technical issue with one of the teams, but we've got all of it sorted out already, and the teams are now ready to hop on into the final map. It's going to be a Nextera. Unfortunately, for some of these teams who are not really performing all that too well on the map, they'll have to go through this process all over again. But if you look at it from the other side, it's another chance. It's another chance to prove yourself and jump right back up.
You know what they say, if you don't perform well this map, you go next.
Terra.
If you're on the next Terra, I want to see them take it to the next level. I want to see how far can we push this next thing. What's your next punchline?
My next punchline is whether or not we're going to see SE rise up to the top. The three terrible teams within this Nextera map is actually 2E, Genesis Dogma, as well as SBTC.
Yeah, they're right next to each other at the bottom, but at the top you have Magic Esports, Expand, and First Raiders Eclipse side by side. And honestly, Expand having a 50% top 3 rate on Nextera is very impressive because, domestically, it's a map that a lot of MCPS teams have been struggling overall, right? This is a map where it has always been a coin flip in our major, but right now we're gonna head right into Nextera, the last map of the day and the last map for the peeps in Group B. So if they want to settle any scores, this is their final chance.
The one thing that's gonna get me excited after that long wait during the break is the bottom 3 teams in terms of performance at Nextera rise up to the occasion, and the top 3 clunking out first.
So First Raiders Eclipse and Magic Esports, and the last one, like
Expand,
right? They have to bomb out first.
Oops.
Be careful what you wish for, AJ.
Oops.
you just cursed Expand. Look at who's there. Is PE? Is SPTC?
Okay. No, I mean, PE is a little bit more difficult to deal with, but SPTC, I think this is going to be an easy 4-0 coming through from the side of Expand. PE breaks away towards Decker Square, and it is SPTC with the initial shots. X-Roy goes down.
And Donbu, meanwhile, also getting knocked down. North getting in the red while he is also eliminated. Souza trying to run in and out of the time turner, putting on his dancing shoes, but decides that he's better off jumping off the building because backup was there from behind. As Lozzy not able to take Saming away from this, but was able to secure Wasana at least. Craven pressuring him from that first floor. Lozzy looking to jump off the building. Craven coming in. Darko brought back up. Darko bringing Souza back up. So now they have 3 members on the side of FR. Whereas for Magic Esports, they're also in even ground. And look at Souza just getting absolutely pumped full of medicine.
It's not a great thing, kids. Don't take too much of medicine, all right? The later years of your life, grow a little immune to them. Public service announcement.
So drink more herbal medicine.
What?
See, AJ. See, what? Be careful what you wish for, AJ.
I mean, come on. I mean, just to make the day a little bit more exciting, right? Expand's going to make it to the grand finals, so yeah, we'll take it from there.
It's a good time to talk about.
Now it's just time to see if or not 2E, SE, and Genesis Dogma can rise up to the occasion.
Now 2E certainly has got rid of one of the roadblocks.
Yeah. MGE, the next one to get knocked out. Come on, let's go. Wait, MGE is the one losing players. Let's go, bro. What?
Okay, at least your wish has been granted, right? It's not what they call it. It's not like...
It's not a caster's curse.
It's not a caster's curse.
It's the caster's blessing for the bottom 3 teams.
I'm just glad for the first time in 2.5 years of us working together, you are cursing something, not me.
But I'm not cursing. I'm blessing.
No.
I mean, obviously, for the bottom 3 to rise up to the top 3 gotta get taken out of the equation. Because they'll make it very difficult in the final circle. I mean, that's how FreeFire works.
Why do you say that?
To ask the Mundo, GRC, dude, these 2 teams just cannot get enough of each other.
Yeah.
One has to go down, but I will not be surprised if they get a third party out of nowhere in the name of E-Arena to spoil the party and eat both of them up.
I mean, if you're Mundo, you have nothing to lose at this point, right?
Yeah.
Taking down GRC is the icing. It's just a bonus. GRC still have 6 rounds tomorrow, but obviously you don't want to get knocked out that early by Mundo. They've already lost 2 members. Nunes cleaved one of the GRC members in half with the sight. My favorite.
GRC is coming right back to the same...
Hey!
What?
First Raiders are out.
eyes.
It is happening. It is happening.
It is my mouth. Someone's got to put some sugar in there. Like real sugar.
But GRC brought the two guys back and they got Nunes, I believe. No, Vastomundo.
MGE.
What's the...
Get taken out, MGE. Vastomundo, these guys are shooting each other a little bit too long and plays a 10, runs back into the time turn and still drops Fires. What?
Dude, Fire has only 1 HP. So this is the last round and Vastomundo makes a swap to put T Lopez in. I mean, give it some playtime, okay?
Laser backs away.
Alright,
Vastomundo bites the dust, and this is terrible for Vastomundo, mainly because GRC is 1 slot below them, and they're only, I think, 6 points behind them. So this game in itself should be more than enough to put them up.
But it's fair to say that for EU fans, it's very unfortunate because Vastomundo,
they don't play anymore tomorrow.
They have completed their group stage, and they don't have enough to make it to the grand finals.
Unfortunately, this is the end of Vastomundo. I wouldn't say great run, but in FFSI, Vastomundo barely showed up.
Big difference compared to when we saw them on the world stage. So there's the second half of the year. Hopefully they bounce back. For SBTC, they show up, taking out the members of PE. Both of them basically backside naked.
Get out of here, PE. SE is one of the teams that has been struggling on this map, and I want to see them in the final circle. And it looks like they are off to a great start, man. They are snuffing out PE of all teams, and they are giving FW a run for their money! Bye-bye, Boonjade. Gemello now with the opportunity to save, but Neo's not going to allow that Machan to get anywhere near his brother. Look at Gemello, has got the LMG in hand, but does not dare take a shot.
Tries to run, gets tagged. Neo actually getting shot by Aloncorn as well, but buddy, Aloncorn is going to get absolutely swarmed by the members of SBTC. Gemello, last man standing. Who is that man just dropping down into the open? Wow, it's GRC! What up? It's a GRC against SBTC.
GRC against SBTC. GRC is the 4th lowest team on this map, but I didn't mention them, so I don't mind SE taking them out right now. My prediction needs to hold true.
What?
GRC just give up.
What?
SBTC has an opportunity to pick up a couple of more points here, but they're rotating away. And SE still has got their eyes locked on the FW. Let's go, baby.
It is happening. It is.
And FW is the 3rd best performing team on Nextera. Mustachio's getting his prediction, his requests, his wishes all come true in this final game. This is exactly what I wanted to wake me up. I'm wide awake.
Okay, manifesting. SBTC with 8 kills already. Still very healthy. PE, the whole team is back. Don't cry. Just gets his spine blown in half by 18. What a swing by this man.
UK
can't get him. Fires though, out in the open. UK bringing him low. Liam going for the push. UK is fighting 3 guys at once and he just got a knock onto Liam. This is an easy cleanup.
UK is on fire. 18 deer. Woodpecker in hand. Can't do much. Fires India for the backup as well. Smart play out of UK. Popping the Steffi, making sure no nades can find him just yet as he patches himself right back up. This is the time for Fires to shine! And he plays the timing well, but UK with a fantastic blue wall. Just about 20 HP lost. UK repositions. 18 Deer on for the charge now. It's a 1v2, and 18 Deer is the one to push on for 49 HP, and UK still gets it, but 18 Deer with a stab from the back.
Heavy damage onto GRC. It took them so long. Don't cry, just gosh. That's a pistol kill.
No booyah, no cry.
You know, there's nothing more embarrassing than getting killed by a pistol.
There is. Taking yourself out with the RGS.
That one is more common than getting taken out by a pistol.
That's true.
In terms of rarity, right?
That's
getting taken out by a pistol is like
getting taken out with a fist.
Oh, we saw that, I think, yesterday.
Yeah.
LGD as Roro.
Alpha saw that and they were not happy, man.
Wasn't by Alpha though, it was by Roro, by
LGDS. They wanted to make content, but they gave the idea to Roro. Now Roro has got content.
But Roro doesn't have Kla.
Roro doesn't have Kla. No, he doesn't.
They were both missing something.
8 more teams. Just past the 8th minute. And it looks like GRC is not done and dusted just yet. SE once again engages them. Fires backs away. 18D caught out in the open. Just the woodpecker in hand. No backup from the rest of his team members. SE will make a run for the circle instead. And that's the better idea. I want to see them in the final one.
There's a revival point controlled by SBTC. And I think GRC might have to go through them as well, because SBTC not only have a revival point near them, they also have an arsenal. They're getting a lot of that high tier weapon, and now they get to make the first move into the circle, and this could allow them to make that rotation towards west side, which is what one of their players are doing to deal with GRC. And meanwhile, more team are wiping the floor with PE Sports.
PE, this is not Pexterra. So PE has no standing on this map. We'll need to see them make a little bit of a play for revival once again. 2 more players left in here, 4 eliminations to their name. And PE Sports does not want to clunk out just yet. They want to beat the maximum score with Taken within a day, but Nero expires as well. 1 final player on the side of PE Sports. Dude, this just got so much more harder, and it was GRC that was punishing him.
Look at GRC and SE, they both have 8 eliminations. PE Sports are still in this, okay? They're still in this. They have 1 more guy.
2E still alive. GRC still alive.
SE still alive.
SE still alive. Genesis Dogma
still alive.
Still alive. No eliminations, I don't care. MGE needs to go. E-Arena definitely needs to go. Morph needs to go. Come on, guys. Give me something. This is the final day play for Group B. We just need to see some miracles out there.
Well, these 2 teams are in Group C, so there are still plenty of chances tomorrow.
But we want to see it in this match.
Like right now.
Right here,
what do you think, Amazon Prime? Like same day delivery.
Morph. Neo finds Donbu. SE's taking out MGE! What?
Are they out already?
I swear to God, this
okay, no.
They started things off good.
They took 1 guy out, okay? It's not that the team is still there. There's still 3 more guys.
Now E-Arena gonna give the Mustachio exactly what he wants. E-Arena trades a couple of shots, a couple of ice grenades towards the players of MGE first. Flanking around from the right-hand side, not accessing the building all that too early. And 1 player pushing off a little bit far. I believe that's going to be the sniper of the squad. Argus and Limit already within the building. But there goes MGE. They back away. SBTC just on the other side. MGE running away from E-Arena. SBTC waiting for them. Hey. But Genesis Dogma shows up out of nowhere. Do not do it, Genesis. I want to see both of you in the circle.
Well, I guess only 1 of them will make it through. The cluster from yours not good enough. He's getting flanked as well. Borges with that shotgun in hand. Yours getting pushed. And LG's gone as well. SBTC, 4 guys still alive. As Borges goes down, you're still holding the nade. It's about to be Christmas for SBTC as yours. He doesn't have much left in the building. Doesn't have much left in the tank. Artemis, alright, gets taken now. No finisher just yet. He's gonna get brought back up. Yours, he's gone. SBTC keeps moving. 13 kills.
13 what?
And MG gets knocked out.
Dying right now. I'm literally dying right now.
I am also dying for the exact opposite reason.
What is going on? My God.
Why aren't my predictions this time? What is this? I've done this for 2 years. Never gotten 1 correct. You come in here, you're a freshman, and you do it right on your first run, and all of it are coming through. What is happening, AJ?
GRC, okay, bye boys. 4 more teams left.
Did you steal my mojo?
SE is in here. SE is in here alongside 2E. 2 out of 3. Brother, let's go.
2E against EA right now. 3 men left. Dark Love, grenade launcher in hand. Limit tries to help his teammate. Gets shot from behind.
Orgus, take yourself out.
Third party is there. Shut up. Getting knocked down. Oh, Orgus is back out. Grenade launcher on the 2nd floor. Iza got. It's a good start. Taking out the members of EA. But EA, they're on the first floor. Morph team. They're going to show it right now. SBTC on the roof.
SBTC going to take on Morph. This is a big fight. Can they hold on to this high ground advantage? Here comes the Riptide Rhythm. Saming in a lot of trouble. No defenses whatsoever, but we don't see a knock coming on through. Homer tags up 3 players all at the same time, and SE takes a nap.
What a time to blocking off the nade. Just enough to keep them alive. They only took a bit of chip damage from Morph team as a result of that. Big plays from the side of SE, but now they gotta try and hold this roof. It's not the easiest to hold, especially for all these explosives. Brian just gets sniped by Mao. SPTC gotta slow things down. More team coming through with the push. Pew is there and gets hand as well. SE, they bring Brian back up. Artemis is dropping low. Brian drop back down again. Artemis on the ground. Mob team bulldozing through SPTC. And there's no booyah for SPTC. No chance.
No booyah, but they made it towards the final circle. I love it. 2E now, taking on E Arena. This is a big fight. Here comes one quick nade. August backs away. The wall protects him, patches himself right back up as well. Sends one straight towards Dark Love. Dark Love dodges it. And E Arena just do not know what to do with these Eagles who refuse to go down.
And Mob Team, they are having the time of their life, but Limit is not going to make it easy. Mob Team have 12 eliminations so far, AJ. They have a chance to back another 6 to make it 18. That's only if they get rid of the rest of the teams. Susanna is going to have that glue wall taken out. Look at Mao. He is so far at the edge. A vantage point to keep track of all the other teams.
Let's hope and pray that nobody spots him out just yet. He is going to be a crucial player for this final engagement. E Arena still dodging away from all of those nades tossed by 2E from up top.
Final circle.
2E doing the exact same. But now Morph helping out E Arena flush out 2E from that high floor.
It's the final circle. It's going to close right in, and they all have to run into Morph Team, who have control a majority of the safe zone. Look at all those nades being lobbed right onto the second floor. But between 2E and EA, only one can get out. And between all of the 3 of these teams, I think Morph Team is going to win this unless one of these teams... They got to do some heroics.
Come on, man. Send EA out. Morph and EA take each other on. 2E, booyah out of nowhere.
All right. That is the dream.
That is the dream.
That is the dream.
Sana AC80. It's finally happening.
They're going to move soon.
Morph's just teasing us. 2E cannot get out just yet. Dark Love does have the grenade launcher. Izagot goes down thanks to a cluster out of Team Morph. Nades tossed towards Orgus. Orgus goes out as well. Susanna gets Izagot out of the equation. Morph with 14 elimination. Quay of Nai goes down as well. 2E has one final player alive.
EA, they're most likely going to go down at this point. Potato, I don't think he can out-kill this, can he?
No.
Nah, he has nothing left. He's going to run out into the open. Morph Team, the second booyah of the day.
Back-to-back booyah on top of everything else for Morph. From a day of no show at the start, they rise right back up. Good on them from Indonesia.
And on Nextera, right, one of the best performing map. And they
the best performing.
The best.
Yeah.
They finished strong enough for a team that, you know, had come in here with high hopes. When we look at the Indonesian teams, I would say that, you know, first to fourth seed, Morph Team actually had the most potential, right? The most consistent one. Today was a bit of kind of doubt kind of casted onto them, but finishing with 2 consecutive booyahs, I think is very acceptable for a team that have just ended their group stage run.
I think they just launched themselves up from the 7th spot in the whole day in the leaderboard between these two groups, from the 7th spot into somewhere around the 4th or 5th place, which is very decent in terms of a rise up. If they do even better than the 4th spot, I'm going to be impressed.
Well, we hope to see them in the grand finals, right? Huge chance they've already qualified because
definitely.
We say goodbye to a lot of teams today, to 6 teams, right? Vasto Mundo, they are also done, but unfortunately they don't have enough to qualify. You know, PE Sports, they are done as well. FW, E Arena, Morph Team, First Critical Eclipse. Well, they have just completed the group stage run, but what a run it has been. I mean, Group B, we thought Group A would be EVOS Phoenix ruling the world, but I gotta say, Group B has been the most intense and most stacked group of all.
I have to agree with that assessment. From Group B, their final day of play, the only team that does not make it through to the grand finals is going to be Vasto Mundo.
Oh yeah.
The rest of the bottom stragglers from Group C, they have one more day of play. That's going to be tomorrow. The rest of them from Group B, they're all safe in the top 12. And Morph is not going to be too fazed by that situation at all. But I tell you, I don't want to crown myself as the god of predictions, but God gives me what I want.
God also gave me what I want for 2 years straight.
Which is?
Oh, nothing. I have not got any predictions right, okay? Okay,
Is what you want? Why do you want
that? Okay, actually, it gave me one thing. When I say that Expand would win the major, that they won the major.
Hey, that's a database prediction.
You know, when you've been losing for 2 years, any little win is a win.
Asking to see 2E alongside SE in that final circle, yeah, that's like a big wish. And God really needs to work hard for that, you know.
I have not studied enough quantum physics for that. I will work on my processing power.
2E almost got rid of E-Arena.
Yeah.
SBTC almost got rid of, who was the team that was taking them on?
Morph team.
Unfortunately, these two teams were a little bit too strong. But the run for the lower teams within the overall leaderboard as far as Nextera is concerned was fantastic. Mahal, once again, the Mahal boy within Morph gets the MVP, 4 eliminations to his name. But Susanna ripping through the rest of them. 7! That's crazy for a total of 17 eliminations overall from Morph.
Yeah, 29 massive points for Morph team to close out the evening and their group stage run. I think they have done more than enough.
Oh yeah.
Again, we have a lot of teams who are debuting for the very first time on the stage. Morph team is one of them. For this result to be the result of from a debut,
yep,
is good not just for the team but for the players' morale.
Yes.
And for them as a region, right? The regional pride is there. This could be the Olympics. And I would say Indonesia have a very good chance. Skyler, double Steffi, A124. We saw this same composition as the last round when they got the booyah.
Yeah, fantastic in terms of how they run it. The timing was perfect from Morph as well. And it was not like they were just waiting on the other end of the circle, waiting for a little bit of action this time around. They really had to fight for it. They had to stay alive long enough to get that opportunity. And this time, Ma'al brings in the M82B, one of those rare weapons you get out there on the battlefield that allows you to penetrate the glue walls and put the hurt on your opponents. And when you're running the Awakened Moko, dude, you're going to be tagging people up left, right, center, giving that information to the rest of your team members as well, which just makes teams' lives so difficult if they are your opponents.
And it's a weapon that we have had a discussion behind the scenes, right?
Yeah.
You know, do you want that specific sniper for yourself, or do you want to go for the AWM? You know, we kind of compare it to Iris, the character, but overall, I think what Ma'al has is just way stronger. And in this case, popular weapon. Finally, we don't see the Trogon.
Where did the Thompson come out from?
You are correct. Well, you wanted something new, right?
I did.
So we had Thompson.
Good rate of fire. Damage, nothing to scream about. I think this was more of, I was forced to use this gun rather than I went looking for this gun kind of situation.
Beggars can't be choosers, right?
Yeah,
had no choice.
And there were so many hot drops here.
Hey, look, AJ, Expand got nothing. Just what you wanted.
At the same time, SBTC got 20. I'm a happy boy.
Yeah, more team got
Eagle Esports got 10. I'm a happy boy.
More team got 29. They are happy boys. Arena got 18. GRC Aphrodite got 14. And this is a good round.
It was a fantastic round. Super fun. But this is not the end of the group stage just yet. This is the second last day. Tomorrow, it's a Sunday. And it's not going to be a very fun day because we say goodbye to 4 more teams. Vasto Mundo, unfortunately, has no other opportunities to fight for the top 12. We say goodbye to them today. But PE Sports takes away that #1 spot.
Yeah, E-Arena coming in close second with just a difference of 15 points. FW in third. No, FR in fourth. Of course, Evo's Phoenix, they're in 6th place because they didn't play today.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, it's going to be another rough one, right? Like you said, AJ, we are getting rid of 4 teams tomorrow. They are going to join Vasto Mundo in the elimination lobby.
Yep.
But we also have to praise the 3 teams that performed today. E-Arena, holding the highest record for the most amount of points in a single day. 104 points. With PE tying up with E-Arena's performance yesterday with 97. And Magic Esports coming in third with 78.
Today was such a massive day for all of these teams. And I'm actually surprised that E-Arena beat PE because PE was good on their way to break the record in their own accord.
Yeah, and E-Arena was the one who made it until the very end. And that was the biggest difference maker, right?
Yeah.
It could have been PE, but it's good to see E-Arena bounce back. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Of course, a day of fun, a day of laughter towards the end, but tomorrow we will have to shed a few tears because we eliminate 4 more teams from the competition. We just do not know exactly who those 4 are going to be. Yes, the overall standings might give you a rough idea, but anything can happen.
We've seen way too many miracles and way too many heartbreaks happen in FreeFire, competitive FreeFire. So tomorrow is unknown. The only thing confirmed is Vastomundo not qualifying for the Grand Finals. But EVO's Phoenix steps back onto the field tomorrow as Group A takes on Group C. That is going to be one of the highlights I'm looking forward to.
And there's also one more thing where Group B would be pretty annoyed about, right? Because the teams that we saw dominating the overall leaderboard, I mean, we're talking about FW, PE, Morph.
They're all done.
They're all done. They're in Group B. They don't play anymore tomorrow. So 6 rounds for EVO's Phoenix to grab that #1 spot right back.
The remaining 12 teams from Group A and Group C get to determine the fate of the teams in Group B tomorrow in the last day of the group stage. We'll find out which top 12 teams make it to the Grand Finals. Stay tuned. For now, we're going to sign off. Good night.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shape me, no. Don't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly.